Emir. And then the force of the vacuum caught hold of the hatch, and to my horror, I saw it slam shut right in front of me. I tried to pull it back open, but the suction was too strong. I cannot tell you, Marcus, how helpless and guilty I felt when I realized that Dinah was trapped on the other side. Marcus's eyes went to Ivy. He had been listening to Julia for a long time and needed a break. Ivy threw her hands up. I was trying to fly this ungainly contraption. I didn't really understand what was happening even when Julia tried to explain it to me.
Yes, Marcus said. I can't believe you were able to fly that thing at all. People will be talking about it 100 years from now.
Assuming people still exist, Dinah thought. Ivy was just regarding Marcus, blinking slowly, looking for signs that he was being sarcastic. He wasn't. The Marcus bluntness worked both ways. He could blurt out astonishingly generous compliments as easily as he could cut and burn you with his words. "It sure used up all of my brain," Ivy said. They were sitting around the conference table in the tank. Marcus had not used the term inquest to describe this meeting, but that was clearly what it was, or as close as they would ever get, in any case, to a formal determination of what had happened yesterday. It had gotten off to a reasonably brisk start with a summary from Marcus, then gone off the rails as Julia had insisted on telling her story from the beginning. Which turned out to mean from the moment she had woken up in the White House next to her late husband and gone down to breakfast with her late daughter, straight through to the end of the world, and her hastily arranged launch into orbit some 36 hours later. Along the way had been a sequence of mishaps and coincidences just shaggy enough to be somewhat plausible. No liar could fabricate such a story. The narration had lasted for the better part of an hour, despite Marcus's increasingly frequent and obvious glances at his Swiss watch, and left all the others in a strange combination of spellbound, bored, horrified, and bemused. She seemed to believe that they would actually care about all of her interactions with those dead people on that dead planet. It was a common enough mistake among new arrivals. In her case, it was magnified considerably by the fact that she was used to being the president. Everyone was always happy to sit and listen to the most powerful person in the world. "Thank God," Julia said, "that we were able to—"
"Yes,"
Marcus said, cutting her off. Plainly, he did not wish to hear any more from Julia. But just as plainly, he was a little reluctant to move on to the next part of the story. Everyone seemed to be pointedly not looking at Moira.
"Thank you, Julia,"
Marcus said, in a tone that made it clear she was free to leave now. Julia looked a bit startled. "But we haven't heard from Dr. Crewe yet."
"But we have heard from you,"
Marcus pointed out. The point sank in. Julia didn't like it. "Very well," she said, standing up carefully. "As I mentioned before, Marcus, I am eager to make myself useful in any way that I can."
"It is so noted,"
Marcus said. He looked across the table, deadpan, at Ivy. Dinah knew what they were both thinking. "You are worse than useless here, which is why you were never invited."
"Thank you, Julia."
The ex-president turned away from the table. She stopped before the door leading into the farm and turned back toward Marcus one last time with a sad puppy look on her face, perhaps expecting him to just slap his thigh and laugh at the joke and warmly invite her back to her seat. When this failed to happen, a transformation came over her face that Dinah found mildly frightening to watch. What would it be like, she wondered, to be nuking people one day and less than a week later to be asked to leave a meeting? Evidently, it did not put Julia in the best of moods. JBF turned her back on them, as much to hide her face as to find the way out, and opened the door. During the few moments it was open, Dinah caught sight of a young woman in an Islamic-style face veil standing just outside of it, waiting. The bottom half of her face was covered, but her eyes brightened and her body language was warm as she saw Julia emerging. Julia reached out to her, affectionately, and laid a hand on the small of her back as she turned. The two of them walked away shoulder to shoulder as the door closed. Remaining in the tank were Marcus, Dinah, Ivy, Moira, Salvatore Guodian, and Zhang Hu, an applied mathematician who was their head theorist when it came to swarm dynamics. Others knew more about orbital mechanics and rocket engines, the old-school techniques for managing individual space vehicles' trajectories. But Hu, a specialist in complex systems, was the main architect of Perambulator, and the only person who could quite understand and explain what went wrong or right in a swarm. He'd spent most of his life in Beijing, but with enough time in Western universities to get along fine in English. In response to a nod from Marcus, he said, "I have evaluated what happened. As we already know, there was a cornering event leading to a bump." This being the polite term for a mild collision between arklets. But still, Arklet 214 had enough control authority that it could have avoided the second event. "Then why didn't it?" Marcus asked. "The algorithm predicted a near miss, and so it took no action beyond routine attitude corrections. The human operator was distracted and disoriented, and so was reluctant to correct course manually." "I can't fault the human," Marcus said, "since we have warned them so many times about the consequences of flying by hand. But what went wrong with the algorithm?" "Nothing went wrong with it," Hu said. "It had bad data. I will show you." With a few taps on his tablet, he brought up a three-dimensional model of Izzy on the big screen above the conference table. To a first approximation, this seemed reasonably up-to-date. It depicted modules and space vehicles that had been added to the complex only within the last couple of days. This is the model that the system was using yesterday for collision avoidance. Dragging his finger around on his tablet, he rotated the model on the screen so that they were looking at the nadir side. He zoomed in on the distinctive handlebar shape of the Human Genetic Archive, the pair of cold storage units projecting to port and starboard below the Zvezda module. The view was much the same as what Dinah had seen from the flivver the day before. "Hang on, is this the exact model? Is this everything?" Ivy asked. "Yes," Hu said. "This doesn't include the thermal protection," she pointed out. "That adds at least a meter to the collision envelope." "That is correct," Hu said. "In that sense, this model is obsolete. We have replaced it now with an upgraded version." As all understood, this was no one's fault. The architects had been struggling for almost 2 years to keep their three-dimensional model of Izzy up-to-date and accurate, a nearly impossible task when it changed every day. Soft goods, like thermal protection blankets, tended to get a lower priority. Humans, looking at the model, would mentally add those. Computers weren't that smart. "Still," Marcus said, "we take the model with a grain of salt. No arklet should ever pass that close." "Let me show you what happened," Hu said, and brought up a video shot from an external camera apparently mounted on one of the trusses. The Human Genetic Archive and its surrounding blanket of thermal protection were not centered in the frame. They were down in the lower right corner, so the camera angle wasn't ideal, but they could see what happened. The arklet approached, creeping in gradually from the port side with closing velocity no greater than a slow walk. "Is this real time?" Sal asked. "Yes, because it was an extremely low-speed approach. It was not viewed as terribly dangerous." "It looks like it's going to be a near miss," Sal said. "It was, until this," Hu said, and freeze-framed the video. It wasn't easy to make out, but they could see a tiny flash on the forward halo of Arklet 214. "The thruster fires. A small course correction under automatic control." He stepped it forward. The flash faded but expanded into a dim gray cloud. "Exhaust gases, expanding rapidly but moving quite fast." He stepped it forward several more frames until they could see the thermal protection blanket recoiling from the impact of the gas. A seam parted between two adjoining blankets, and one of them flailed out like a rag caught in a wind gust. Who let the video run now, and they saw the arclet's rear halo snag on the loose blanket and rip it away, exposing the human genetic archive to the orange radiance of Earth's atmosphere. Ivy said, "If that thruster hadn't fired at the wrong moment." Who nodded. "Arclet 214 would have passed underneath with 2 meters to spare. Not a margin to be proud of, but it would have been enough." After a pause, Who added, "The HGA's thermal protection system could have been designed better." Another pause in which everyone else waited to see who would be the first to laugh. If it weren't for dark humor, they'd have no humor at all. Who seemed to sense it. "What I mean is that it was engineered for normal thermal loads." "Meaning sunshine," Dinah said. "Yes, not for radiant heat shining up from the atmosphere below." "The same is true of many parts of Izzy, of course," Marcus said. "We are having thermal overloads all over the place now. Moira, what's the damage?" Dinah had to give Marcus credit for a kind of finesse for the off-handed way he dropped the question in. Moira, who had been quiet through the whole meeting, took a moment to snap out of her reverie. "Well," she finally said, "as Who said, the thermal protection system was bad," Marcus said. "We know. There was no backup system." Marcus said, "Of course not. The cooling system for the HGA was the rest of the universe. We do not expect to have a backup system for the rest of the universe. We can rely upon it to be cold most of the time." "Because of the accelerated schedule caused by the 8-ball. Stop," Dinah said. Everyone looked at her. "Let's get this over with," she said. "Look, when I was 14, one of my dad's mines collapsed and killed 11 employees. It was terrible. He never really got better. Of course he wanted to know what had happened. It turned out to be a long story. One thing led to another, which led to another. The individual steps all made sense, but no one could have seen the whole thing coming. Of course, he still felt responsible, but he wasn't, in any normal sense of that word. So here's what happened," Dinah went on. "Sean Probst started an asteroid mining company that sent up a bunch of CubeSats and gathered a lot of data about near-Earth asteroids, which he kept secret. He took the database with him on his mission to Greg's skeleton. His radio got hit by a rock and destroyed, so he couldn't communicate. At the last minute, when it was basically too late, he had the idea to look at the database. He learned about the 8-ball. He alerted me, I alerted Doob alerted everyone else, and we pushed up the schedule for everything. Moira pulled the trigger on the project, which had been planned for over a year, to disperse the HGA samples to the arklets. Like every other project in the history of the universe, it went slowly at first because all kinds of snags came up. And not only that, but all the flivvers were spoken for and all the spacesuits were busy because of the splurge. So not much got moved. It was obviously safer to keep the samples in cold storage in the HGA while all these logistical problems got sorted out. The splurge happened, and a lot of random shit got launched in our general direction and made Perambulator light up like crazy. Arklets were getting cornered on a pretty regular basis. We almost lost a couple. Ivy and I took off in the flivver to fetch Julia, and probably added a lot of other noise and chaos to that problem. Then the thing we just watched happened. Arklet 214 tore most of the badly designed thermal protection system off of the HGA and exposed it to the direct radiance of the Earth's atmosphere. The samples all warmed up before replacement thermal protection could be jury-rigged. All of those samples have been destroyed. Right, Moira? Moira, apparently not trusting her ability to speak, nodded. "Okay," Dinah said. "So, I think that what Marcus is really asking is how many of the samples in the HGA actually got moved to safe cold storage in other locations before this happened. In other words, how many survived?" Moira cleared her throat and said in a faint voice, "About 3% of them." "Okay. I only have one other question," Marcus said. "Have you talked to Doob?" "I'm sure he suspects," Moira said, "but I have not officially broken the news to him.
I wanted to be absolutely sure first. Are you sure now?
Yes. Marcus nodded and spent a few moments thumbing something into his phone.
I am inviting him to join me and Moira here immediately, he said.
Everyone who was not Marcus or Moira stood up to leave. Marcus held up his hand to stay them.
Before you go, let me say something about the human genetic archive that was lost.
He then paused for effect until everyone was looking at him.
It was always bullshit, he said.
Everyone took a moment to consider it. Are you going to tell Doob that? Ivy asked.
Of course not,
Marcus said.
But the real purpose of the HGA was politics on Old Earth. Is that what we're calling it now? Old Earth?
Sal asked, fascinated.
That's what I am calling it, Marcus said, in the increasingly rare moments when I actually think about it.
Thank you, Marcus, Moira said. He had known, of course. Izzy's complexity was so great as to belie its tiny size. A few hundred people sorted into a volume the size of a few jetliners. News traveled fast. Everyone had known within a few hours that the human genetic archive had been almost completely destroyed. He was in the tank with Marcus and Moira. They were gazing across the table at him, patiently awaiting some kind of reaction.
Look,
he finally said.
Doc Dubois is no more. That was a persona, you understand? Just an act. I'm a private person. I do not spontaneously emote, especially when people are watching me and expecting it. A year from now, when I'm alone, when I least expect it, I'll break down in sobs over this. But not now. It's not that I don't feel, but my feelings are my own.
I am very sorry that it happened, Moira said.
Thanks,
Doob said.
But let me say what all of us are thinking. 7 billion people died yesterday. Compared to that, the loss of some genetic samples is nothing. The embryo that Amelia and I created together, and that I brought up here with me, well, that was a special favor that JBF granted me as an incentive to come up here. No one else got that kind of special treatment. It was unfair. I knew it. I accepted it anyway. So here we are.
Yes, Marcus said. Here we are. Going forward.
But I'm not sure I agree with you,
Doob said,
that the HGA was so insignificant.
Marcus bridled his impatience and raised his eyebrows. Doob looked at Moira.
What was the term you used? Heterozygosity?
Yes, Moira said. The stated purpose of the HGA was to ensure a sufficiently diverse genetic basis for the human race.
Sounds important to me, Doob said. What am I missing?
We have tens of thousands of human genomes recorded in digital form, from all different parts of the world.
So there's your heterozygosity. That's what you're saying.
Doob prompted her.
That's why,
he glanced at Marcus,
the HGA wasn't really needed.
Yes, but there's a but, Moira said.
Okay. What's the but?
The digitized sequences, as I'm sure you'll understand, are only useful so long as we have the equipment needed to transcribe them into functional chromosomes in viable human cells. By contrast, to make use of a sperm sample, all we need is a turkey baster and some lube. But to make use of a DNA sequence stored on a thumb drive, we need
all of the equipment in your lab,
Doob said. Moira looked a bit impatient. What you are referring to as my lab bears the same relationship to a proper lab as some ones and zeros on a thumb drive does to a living human. It is a collection of crated equipment that cannot even be unpacked and used in zero gravity. And even if we set it all up and turned it all on, It would be useless without a staff of PhD-level molecular biologists.
Really? Useless?
Marcus asked. Moira sighed. For small-scale work, one sample at a time, well, that is easier. But to reconstruct a genetically diverse human population—
But Moira, Marcus said, we cannot do that anyway until so many other things are in place. A large population cannot live in arklets eating algae. We need to establish a viable and safe colony first. Then we build your lab. Then we create a more diverse ecosystem, better food, greater stability. Only then do we even begin to worry about the heterozygosity of the human population. Until that time, we have more than enough people to create healthy, non-inbred children just by the usual process of fucking each other.
That is all true, Moira said,
and that is the basis of my statement that the HGA was bullshit, Marcus concluded.
You're saying,
Doob said,
that if we had all of the prerequisites in place, the colony, the ecosystem, the talent, needed to actually exploit the HGA,
we would no longer need it. Yes, this is my point, Marcus said. Can we please stop wasting time on it now?
How would you prefer to be spending time, Marcus? Moira asked, giving Marcus an amused, owlish look through her glasses.
Talking about how to get there. How to realize that situation we were just talking of.
And how might I contribute to that, given that the HGA is 97% destroyed and none of my equipment will be usable for a long time?
I want to talk of preserving that equipment, Marcus said. Preserving it against all hazards, and then getting it to a safe situation where we can one day construct this laboratory you speak of.
It's about as safe as we can make it, isn't that so? Moira asked. It was given a sort of privileged position off of Node X, quite close to Amalthea. It's not living dangerously, the way we are at the moment. She was referring to the notion, frequently discussed by architects, of the cone of protection that supposedly existed in the lee of Amalthea. To the extent that the paths of incoming bolides were predictable, Amalthea could be pointed into them and used as a sort of battering ram. The forward surface of the asteroid would take a beating, but a solid slug of ancient nickel and iron could survive quite a lot. Anything situated up against its aft surface would be sheltered against virtually all hazards. But the protected zone did not, of course, stretch back infinitely far. The farther you lagged behind Amalthea, the more likely you were to get hit by a bolide coming in from an off angle. The mining colony was in the safest position since, by its nature, it had to be right up against the asteroid. Almost as safe was the cluster of modules connected to Node X, immediately aft of the scrum, which was where all of Moira's gear had been stashed. Behind that, the protected zone narrowed, a long, acute cone, finally disappearing altogether somewhere aft of the caboose. When Moira joked about living dangerously, she referred to the fact that T3, the third Taurus, in which they were sitting now, was rather wide and rather far aft, placing it close to the limits of that cone. Efforts had been made to beef up its shielding, but it was still at higher risk than many other parts of Izzy. Marcus nodded. Your stuff is pretty safe, but it would be safer if we moved it inside of Amalthea. I have talked to Dinah about it. She says that they could mine out cavities and store things of great importance there. A silence while Doob and Moira pondered it. On one level, Marcus's proposal was perfectly obvious. Of course, anything would be safer inside of a huge metal asteroid. On another level, it had ramifications. As of a few days ago, pre-White Sky, the last time anyone had been able to think straight, the fate of Amalthea and the mining colony had still been subject to debate. Was the asteroid the boulder in the wheelbarrow that had to be dumped, or was it the aegis that would shelter the entire human race? The argument had come down to statistics. They just didn't have enough data to make a decision. By suggesting that Moira's equipment be moved into the interior of Amalthea, Marcus seemed to be committing to a specific course of action. It was a course that Doob instinctively agreed with, but it was a bit strange for a man like Marcus to just decide on a course of action before the numbers were in. Or did he know something Doob didn't? Moira, in any case, went first. What if we dump and run? She was referring to a gambit, frequently discussed and wargamed, in which Amalthea would be cut loose and abandoned. And Izzy, lightweight but unprotected, would boost herself to a higher orbit with fewer bolides flying around in it.
Then we would simply have to move all of that stuff back to Node X first,
Marcus said,
or wherever we felt was safest.
This elicited a searching look from Moira. Marcus held up his hands.
But I take your point. I am increasingly biased against dump and run.
You know how I feel about the swarm of mentalists, Moira said. She was referring to another of the basic gambits, pure swarm, in which everything, presumably including Moira's lab, would be distributed among arklets which would then collectively move to higher orbit. People and goods would move among them through a decentralized, market-based economy.
Listen, Marcus said. Now that everyone below is dead, and we don't have to put up so much with bullshit, you will find that Hu and the others have a more nuanced view than they were letting on before.
He referred to the fact that Zhang Hu, as the foremost swarm theorist and the brains behind Perambulator, was assumed to be a swarmamentalist. Doob nodded. It still took some effort to remind himself that the millions of internet commentators arguing for this or that strategy were all ghosts now.
You know something?
Doob blurted out. Then, as the thought was coming into his head, he added,
From Dinah, the radio.
Yes, Marcus said.
Ymir is coming in hot, high, and heavy.
He surrounded those three words with air quotes. What does that mean? Moira asked. She's made of ice. How can she be hot?
She is approaching with a high closing velocity. Not unmanageable, but somewhat exciting.
And high,
Doob prompted him.
Sean also transmitted his params, Marcus said. It would seem that he did us a large favor. He executed the plane change while it was still easy to do so, way out around L1.
So when he says he's coming in high,
Doob said,
he means that Ymir has a high orbital inclination, close to ours.
Very close to ours, Marcus confirmed. He is dropping this big chunk of ice into our lap.
So, Moira said, on top of everything else, Sean Probst is now preparing to dive bomb us with a comet.
A piece of one.
A big piece,
Doob guessed.
If he specified heavy.
The number was impressive.
As Marcus said this, he shifted toward Doob and looked him in the eye.
Oh, wow,
Doob said.
Is it enough for the big ride?
If we can get Ymir to rendezvous with Izzy, then yes, Marcus said. It is more than enough.
The big ride was the third of the basic options. It meant to boost Izzy in its entirety, Amalthea and all, to a much higher orbit. It had been considered implausible because of the amount of propellant that would be needed. Not just implausible, but, absent the timely return of Ymir, physically impossible. Despairing of Sean's chances, its supporters had lately tended to suggest scaled-down variants, such as reshaping a small percentage of Amalthea into bolide deflectors and ditching most of its mass.
Including the plane change?
Doob asked. A trace of a smile came onto Marcus's face. He knew exactly what Doob was thinking. For, unable to get cleft out of his head, Doob had shown pictures of his favorite piece of the moon to Marcus, to Conrad, to Ulrika, and Ivy, and some of the others who seemed to make up the informal power structure of the Cloud Ark.
Let me be clear, Marcus said. When I speak of the big ride, I mean it for real. We take all of Amalthea with us, we raise the orbit to the moons, we change the plane, we circularize, and we end up safe and sound in Cleft.
And Ymira carries enough water for that mission?
Yes, Marcus said, if we can control her and bring her in.
Isn't that Sean Probst's job? Moira asked.
Not anymore, Marcus said. The information I just imparted to you was in Sean's final transmission.
Moira and Doob looked at him sharply.
The health situation has been not so good for a long time, Marcus explained. Sean was the last member of the expedition to die.
Are you saying that Ymir is a ghost ship?
Doob asked.
Yes.
And there's no way to remote control her?
Moira guessed. Unfortunately, Dinah's Morse code cannot help us in that regard, Marcus agreed.
So someone has to go and...
Someone has to go and land on that fucking big piece of ice, Marcus said. And get inside of Ymir and restart the nuclear reactor and commit the final burns that will bring her into sync with Izzy.
Who the hell?
Doob began, but Marcus cut him off by pointing to himself. He did this in a somewhat awkward fashion that, deliberately or not, looked like a pantomime of suicide by handgun.
He said, I am placing Ivy in command of Izzy and the Cloud Ark tomorrow. I am assembling a crew that will depart in an MIV and make a rendezvous with Ymir. We will board her and manually execute the procedures needed to bring her under control and get her payload to Izzy. We will then use what is left of the ice to raise Izzy's orbit, and we will bring Amalthea with us on the big ride.
That's major, Moira said. Who knows? When were you going to announce it?
I just decided it now, Marcus sighed. Listen, it is the only way. In my heart, I always considered Dump and Run and Pure Swarm both to be too risky. What happened with the HGA just makes this more obvious. The only wise course is the big ride. It will take a long time, 2 years or something. But during all that time, the most important resources can be sheltered within Amalthea. And by that I mean you and your equipment, Moira. You can have whatever resources you need from the mining colony to create a safe location for the genetics lab.
Okay, Moira said. I'll talk to Dinah.
Talk to whomever she delegates, Marcus said. Dinah is going to have to come with me on the expedition. I need her to deal with all those verdammte robots.
How can I help?
Doob asked. He wondered if Marcus might dragoon him as well, and was torn between being afraid of that and tremendously excited.
Figure out how we are going to do it, Marcus said, after considering it for a few moments. Lay in a course for Cleft.
Yes,
Doob said.
I'll do that.
The little boy in him was crestfallen that he wasn't going on the adventure. Then he reminded himself that he was already part of the biggest adventure ever, and that, so far, it had been altogether miserable. All conversations worth having about space voyages were couched in terms of delta V, meaning the increase or decrease in velocity that had to be imparted to a vehicle en route. For, in a common bit of mathematical shorthand, the Greek letter delta was used to mean the amount of change in, and V was the obvious abbreviation for velocity. The words delta V, then, were what you heard when engineers read those symbols aloud. Since velocity was measured in meters per second, so was delta V. The delta V's bandied about in spaceflight discussions tended to be large by the standards of what Marcus was now calling Old Earth. The speed of sound, for example, aka Mach 1, was 300 and some meters per second, and most Earthbound people would consider it awfully damned fast. But it hardly rose to the notice of most people who talked about space missions. A common delta-V benchmark had been the amount needed to get something from an old Earth launch pad to an orbit like Izzy's. This was some 7,660 meters per second, or more than 22 times the speed of sound. An impossible figure for any object that had to fight its way through an atmosphere. Once a vehicle had reached the vacuum of space, though, things became simpler. Rocket engines worked more efficiently, drag and aerodynamic buffeting were absent, and the consequences of failure weren't invariably catastrophic. Getting it from point A to point B was a matter of hitting it with the right delta-V at the right time. Sean Probst's delta-V history, from his departure from Earth until his departure from life, had gone something like this. The launch from terra firma to Izzy on day 68 had required a delta-V of 7,660 meters per second, according to a naive calculation. But as any old space hand would know, losses due to atmospheric friction and the need to push back against gravity would have elevated the practical number to more like 8,500 or 9,000. Once he had collected Lars and most of Dinah's robots, Sean had needed to execute a plane change maneuver to get from the Izzy orbit, which was angled at about 56 degrees to the equator, to the equatorial orbit in which Ymir was being assembled. This was one of those circumstances in which human intuition got it all wrong. The Izzy orbit and the Ymir orbit did not seem all that different in most respects. Both of them were a few hundred kilometers above the atmosphere. Both were essentially circular, as opposed to elliptical, and both went in the same direction around the Earth. The only real difference between them was that they were at different angles. And yet, the delta-V required to get from one to the other was large enough that it had been necessary to launch a separate rocket, carrying nothing but extra propellant, just to refuel Sean's vehicle in preparation for the plane change burn. Once Ymir had been assembled, a delta-V of some 3,200 meters per second had been needed to place her in a very elongated elliptical orbit that had taken her out to L1. En route, the plane change problem had once again reared its head. Essentially, everything in the solar system, including comet Griggs-Skellerup, was confined to a flat disk centered on the sun. The imaginary plane through that disk was called the ecliptic. Conveniently for people who liked seasons, but not so good for interplanetary travelers, Earth's axis and equator were angled with respect to the ecliptic by 23.5 degrees. And so, Ymir's initial orbit had been off-kilter by that amount. Fortunately, plane change maneuvers were much less expensive, meaning they required a lot less delta-V when they were performed far away, and Ymir was, of course, going very far away. So they had done the plane change out at L1 range, as part of the same burn, totaling some 2,000 meters per second, that took her out through the L1 gate into heliocentric orbit. That orbit, more than a year later, had intersected that of comet Griggs-Skellerup. As Ymir had drawn near to the comet core, she had used another 2,000 meters per second of delta-V to sync her orbit with its. All of these maneuvers, up to the arrival at Griggs-Skellerup, had been achieved by using Ymir's rocket engines, which were altogether conventional. They burned propellants, fuel and oxidizer, in a chamber, making hot gas, which was vented out of a nozzle to produce thrust. The final burn had emptied her propellant tanks, so this was a one-way journey unless the nuclear propulsion system could then be turned on. No engine had ever been made that was capable of pushing a comet core around the solar system at any appreciable speed. For that, they had needed to embed the nuke on a stick into the heart of the ice payload, construct an ice nozzle behind it, and then pull out the control blades, causing the reactor's 1,600 fuel rods to become very hot. Ice turned to water, then steam, which shot out the nozzle and produced an amount of thrust actually capable of making a difference. So, a few months had then been consumed disassembling Ymir and integrating its parts into a chunk of ice carved off the 3-kilometer ball. The question might have been asked, why just a piece of it? Why not bring the whole comet core back, if water was so desirable? What was the point of sending a large nuclear reactor into space if you weren't going to use it? And the answer lay in the fact that even a large nuclear reactor did not even come close to having enough power to move such a big piece of ice. The mission would have lasted more than a century, assuming the existence of some kind of a miracle reactor that could operate at full power for that long. In order to get this done in any reasonable amount of time, they could only bring back the bare minimum of ice needed to rendezvous with Izzy and accomplish the big ride. In any case, Sean and his surviving band had used the nuclear engine to impart a delta V of about 1,000 meters per second to the shard they had carved off Greg's skeleton, thereby placing it into a somewhat different orbit that had, a few months later, glided into L1. Sean had remained alive just long enough to yank out the control blades one last time and execute a delta V that had basically reversed the maneuver they'd used to leave the L1 gate almost 2 years earlier. This had simultaneously brought Ymir into geocentric orbit while executing, as cheaply as possible, the plane change needed to enable a later rendezvous with Izzy. A couple of days later, Sean had tapped out the coming in hot, high, and heavy message and dropped dead, of what they could only conjecture. A retrieval team that was now being organized by Marcus was going to use a MIV, or Modular Improvised Vehicle, assembled from a kit of parts, a sort of Lego set for the construction of spaceships neatly sorted on a stack of modules, collectively known as the shipyard, connected to the caboose. The shipyard was a generally T-shaped contraption. One arm of the T's crossbar, projecting from the port side of the caboose, was studded with MIV parts. The opposite arm was a cluster of spherical tanks surrounding a collection of splitters. These used electrical power to split water molecules into hydrogen and oxygen and piped them to chillers which refrigerated the gases until they became cryogenic liquids that could be stored in the bulging tanks. So much for the T's crossbar. Its long vertical stroke was a truss terminated by a nuclear reactor, not a small RTG like the ones on the arklets, but a true reactor, originally designed to power a submarine, considerably souped up for this task. Marcus dubbed the shipyard's first product New Caird, after a small boat that had been used in Shackleton's expedition to Antarctica. She was assembled and made ready for use in 10 days, about 1/3 of the time they estimated it would take for Ymir to arc in from L1 and make her closest pass to Earth. To design, assemble, and test such a vehicle so quickly would have been unthinkable 2 years ago. During the interval between Zero and the White Sky, however, the engineering staffs of several Earthbound space agencies and private space companies had foreseen the future need to jury-rig space vehicles from standard parts such as arklet hulls and existing rocket engines, and had provided a kit of parts, lists of procedures, and some basic designs that could be adapted to serve particular needs. In effect, New Caird had been designed a year ago by a large team of engineers on the ground, all but 3 of whom were now dead. Those 3 had been sent up to join the general population. Building on their predecessors' work, they were able to produce a general design, enough to begin pulling the bits together anyway, within a few hours of Marcus's decision. Details emerged from their CAD systems as they were needed over the following week and a half. and the necessary parts and modules were shuttled about the shipyard until the new vehicle was ready. New Caird would have to execute one burn to reach an orbit that would intersect Ymir's and another to match her velocity, so that the crew could board the ghost ship and take the helm. The total mission delta V for that journey, from its departure from the docking port on Izzy to its arrival at a similar docking port on Ymir, was some 8,000 meters per second. The conversation turned now to mass ratio, a figure second only to delta V in its importance to space mission planning. It simply meant how much propellant the vehicle needed at the start of the journey in order to effect all the required delta Vs. Laypersons tended to substitute fuel or gas for propellant, making the obvious analogy to the stuff that had been burned by the engines of cars and airplanes. It wasn't a bad analogy, but it was incomplete. In addition to fuel, most rocket engines needed some kind of oxygen-rich chemical, ideally just pure oxygen, with which to burn it. Cars and planes had simply used air. Rockets stored the oxidizer in a separate tank from the fuel until the moment of use. The two chemicals were collectively referred to as propellant, and their combined weight and volume tended to dominate space vehicle design in a way that hadn't been true of, say, automobiles, whose gas tanks had been small compared to their overall size. A convenient figure for characterizing that was the mass ratio, which was how much the vehicle weighed at the beginning, including the propellant, divided by how much it weighed at the end, when all the tanks had been emptied. If you knew how good the engine was and how much delta V you needed, then the mass ratio could be calculated using a simple formula named after the Russian scientist Tsiolkovsky, who was credited with having worked it out. It was an exponential, a fact that explained almost everything about the economics and technology of spaceflight. For if you found yourself on the wrong side of that exponential equation, you were completely screwed. When the relevant numbers for the Ymir retrieval mission were jacked into the Tsiolkovsky equation, the result was a mass ratio of about 7, meaning that for every kilogram of stuff, Marcus, Dinah, other personnel, miscellaneous robots, etc., that they wanted to arrive safely at the docking port of Ymir, they needed to allow for 6 kilograms of propellant at the moment of departure from Izzy. This wasn't all that difficult to achieve, especially for a vehicle that would never be exposed to the rigors of passage through the atmosphere. The payload in this case was a single arclet hull that had been augmented with a side door, an airlock that could accommodate one person in a spacesuit. Other than that, it had been stripped to the minimum complement of equipment needed to keep a crew of 4 alive for a few days. To its mass, of course, needed to be added that of the actual humans and their food and other essentials. The lightness of a bare arclet hull was startling. The newer hulls, made of overwrapped composites, weighed in at 80 kilograms. Stripped of everything that made it comfortable and inhabitable over the long term, and including the side door, the maneuvering thrusters, and a reasonable supply of thruster propellant, the mass of New Caird was about 10 times that. The humans weighed 300 kilograms. The rocket motor that would be doing all the important burns weighed another 2,000. So, in round numbers, the payload mass, the stuff that actually had to get delivered to the docking port of Ymir, was some 3,500 kilograms. The mass ratio of 7 meant that its propellant load, at the beginning, was going to be some 21,000 kilograms of liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen. The shipyard had been stocked with several cryogenic propellant tanks of various sizes, some designed to hold LH2, liquid hydrogen, and others built to the somewhat different specifications needed in the case of LOX, liquid oxygen. The chosen tanks were bolted together in a stack with the rocket engine mounted below and thermal protection wrapped all about. New Caird proper, the arclet with the humans in it, projected forward on a scrap of scaffolding just long enough that her maneuvering thrusters wouldn't damage any of the other parts when they came on. While the MIV was being constructed, 21,000 kilograms of water had to be split into hydrogen and oxygen, chilled to cryogenic temperatures, and stored. The shipyard's port side already had some LH2 and locks pre-made. In general, though, they tended not to keep a lot of them on hand, because they were tiresome substances to work with. The demand was supplied by the naval reactor on the shipyard's long arm, which was brought up to full power for the first time since it had been launched, piece by heavy piece, from Cape Canaveral on a series of heavy lift rockets. Pumping juice down heavy cables to the splitters, it was able to turn 21 tons of water into gases and chill the gases to cryogenic temperatures while the other preparations were being made. This was a lot of water, roughly 14 liters of it for every surviving human. The Cloud Ark recycled water, of course, and was far from running out of the stuff. Nonetheless, the idea of taking that much of it and spewing it into outer space, never to be recovered, gave many people pause, especially the dump-and-run partisans. There was a strong counter-argument, which was that New Caird's objective was to take possession and control over a piece of frozen water that weighed as much as Izzy herself, including the giant piece of iron to which Izzy was attached, and would continue to be if the big ride advocates had their way. Once New Caird had reached her, Ymir could presumably be slowed down and brought to a rendezvous with Izzy by firing her engine. And that was a primitive beast. But it had a basically infinite supply of energy in the nuclear reactor and a vast stock of propellant in the form of ice. The steampunk propulsion system had much lower efficiency, however, than a properly engineered rocket motor. Consequently, the mass ratio that would be needed to slow Ymir down from the high-speed elliptical orbit with which it was falling into Earth's gravity well to match the much slower circular orbit of Izzy was about 34, which meant that 97% of the ice currently attached to Ymir was going to be melted, turned into steam, and jetted out its makeshift nozzle just to slow it down. The remaining 3%, however, would still weigh as much as Izzy and Amalthea put together. Split into hydrogen and oxygen, it would supply the rocket fuel needed to power the big ride, all the way up to Cleft. "I didn't expect it to be black," Dinah said. She was hearing her own voice as if down a mile-long sewer pipe. She was pretty sure she had lost consciousness a minute ago. Maybe she wasn't all the way back yet. Marcus was slow in responding. Maybe he had blacked out too. Maybe he was just distracted. "Comet cores are covered in..." "Stinky black stuff, yeah, I know that, Marcus. Remember who I am?" "Sorry. Not enough blood in brain." "But this is just a shard that Sean broke off of Grig's Skellerup. Why's it all covered?"
"I don't know,"
Marcus said. They were looking at Ymir from a distance of 10 kilometers and closing. They were viewing her on their tablets through a zoomed-in video camera. Vyacheslav Dubsky, floating closest to New Caird's forward end, put his face to the vessel's tiny window and searched the black sky for the black ship, but the squint on his face suggested it was still too far away for naked eyes to be of much use. "Maybe he was doing us a favor," Dinah said. "The black stuff has all kinds of goodies on it. Carbon, obviously, but also nitrogen, potassium."
"Micronutrients,"
Marcus said,
"that the Cloud Ark will be needing."
"So maybe he used the robots to scrape some of it off Greg's skeleton and load it up on the gunk," Dinah speculated.
"We will know soon,"
Vyacheslav said.
"Presumably, he left a document."
"Which we will not be alive to read unless we stick the landing,"
Marcus pointed out.
"So, no more chatter from now on, please. Slava.
And he broke into a string of bad Russian meaning something like, I trade places with you now. Vyacheslav responded in equally bad German. Both men were perfectly fluent in English, but they made a private joke of butchering each other's languages, ostensibly as part of a project to preserve Old Earth's linguistic heritage. Marcus then added,
The rest of you, buckle up.
With the deft movements of one who had been in space for 2 years, Vyacheslav glided aft. He was one of the veteran Russian spacewalkers who had come up to Izzy way back on A+0.17, in the first launch after the moon had blown up. He had been a mainstay of the Scout and Pioneer eras, racking up more time in a suit than anyone, wearing out 3 Orlons. He was a little worn out, too, being sallow and gaunt, compared to the strapping hero who had emerged 2 years ago from the same Soyuz that had carried Reese and Bowler Erdene. Marcus replaced him at the forward window and buckled himself into the pilot's seat. Behind that was a row of 3 acceleration couches, mounted on a frame that spanned a diameter of the Arklet's hull. Dinah was loosely belted in on the port side. A few minutes ago she had been tightly belted in. She had not adjusted the straps. The entire couch and its supporting truss had been deformed by the same burst of G-forces that had left her so woozy. To starboard was Jiro Suzuki, a nuclear engineer who had been involved with the design of Ymir's nuclear reactor core. It wasn't clear whether he was conscious, but then it never was with Jiro. Vyacheslav, the 4th member of New Caird's complement, settled into the middle position and pulled the top straps of the 5-point harness over his shoulders. A staccato burst sounded from the gamma spectrometer, the modern equivalent of a Geiger counter, floating in front of Jiro's face. Then the inspector, as they called this device in butchered Russian, dropped back into the normal sporadic patter. Radiation was striking the inspector and their bodies, all the time, at random moments and in no particular pattern. Sometimes there would be a little burst, and that part of the mind that liked to see meaning in everything would identify it as an event. But then it would die away and be forgotten. That was just the way of the universe, and of the human psyche. There was a lot more radiation in space than there had been down on the ground, but all the survivors had long since come to terms with that. And Jiro had dialed down the sensitivity on his inspector so that it wasn't screaming at them all the time. If it started screaming in the next few minutes, it wouldn't be because of some faraway cosmic event. It would be because of a radiation leak from Ymir.
Starting to see the exhaust trail? Marcus commented. Can you see it on video? It's faint. The sunlight hits it perfectly a few hundred meters aft of the nozzle bell.
He was referring to a thread of steam that emerged from Ymir all the time, even when her engine wasn't powered up. This was how Conrad and Dube and the other astronomers aboard Izzy had been able to track the ship's course using their optical telescopes and to verify that the params encoded in Sean's last transmission had been accurate. Wispy as it was, the steam trail reflected more light than did the ship itself. It was created by the slow, steady boiling of ice caused by the latent radioactivity in the ship's fuel rods. When the control blades were pulled out and the reactor operated full blast, which was almost never, it produced 4 gigawatts of thermal power by splitting uranium and plutonium into smaller nuclei, many of which were themselves unstable isotopes. As these fission fragments decayed into daughters and granddaughters, heat continued to be generated even when the reactor had been shut down. There was nothing that could stop it, so some loss of ice, in the form of this tenuous trail of steam, was unavoidable. It was okay. Ymir had plenty more where that came from, and Sean would have allowed for it in his calculations. Sean, never the most emotionally sharing kind of guy, further throttled by his makeshift radio, had not supplied details as to what had killed him and his crew. Had it been some kind of disastrous problem with the reactor core, he probably would have given them a heads up. For that matter, Ymir wouldn't have made it this far if the system hadn't been basically working. So Jiro was not coming into this thing expecting a total nightmare. But there was no telling. No one spoke for several minutes as Marcus monitored their approach and occasionally touched the controls, spanking New Caird into a slightly different course. They had gotten here by means of two large burns. The first and smaller had placed them into an ellipse that had shot beyond the orbit of the former moon. After several days of weightless coasting away from the Earth, they had succumbed to the force of gravity, looped lazily around, and begun to fall back again toward the burning planet. This had been timed in such a way that, about a day later, they would be overtaken by Ymir, coming in on a roughly parallel track. But Ymir was traveling much faster, coming in hot, as Sean had told them, basically because it had been falling in toward the Earth from an extremely high starting place, gathering speed relentlessly for weeks. Left unmolested, Ymir would come screaming in toward Earth with a relative velocity of some 12,000 meters per second, make a hairpin turn just a few kilometers shy of a catastrophic encounter with the glowing atmosphere, then go hurtling back outward again, not to return for a couple of months. Eventually, her orbit would decay to the point where she would get dragged down by the atmosphere and destroyed. At any rate, she would have flashed by New Caird too quickly even to be seen, her relative velocity faster than that of a rifle bullet, had New Caird not just matched her velocity by making a long, precisely timed burn of her main engine. The 4 members of the crew were still recovering from this. The vehicle's main engine was oversized. The kit of MIV parts from which she'd been built only had so many options, and so the G-forces had been impressive at the beginning of the burn and brutal toward the end, as the lavish expenditure of propellant had made her lighter and lighter compared to the engine's formidable thrust. If Dinah had blacked out for a few seconds, why, maybe that was just as well, given that they had aimed themselves almost squarely at the Earth, and then launched themselves at it as if on a suicide run. This was necessary in order to go where Ymir was going, but added up to maybe a little more excitement than she really was in the mood for at this moment in her life. Earth was, of course, completely unrecognizable. From this distance, it was about the size of a tangerine held at arm's length, and about the same color. Formerly a cool blue-and-white lake in the cosmos, it now hung there like a blob of molten steel thrown out by a welder's torch. In the belt between the tropics, where most of the hard rain was falling, it glowed orange. The color faded and reddened to a kind of sullen brown around the poles, and the whole planet continually sparkled with the bluish light of vaporizing and exploding bolides. In a few days, it would blot out half of the sky for a hectic few minutes while they slingshotted around it. By that time, they needed to have Ymir's main propulsion up and running so that they could execute the huge braking burn that would slow her down to the same velocity as Izzy. It was crazy. It was a crazy plan. The crushingly high acceleration that they had survived at the end of the big burn a few minutes ago was a physical reminder that they had only taken enough propellant to sink New Caird with Ymir. If they failed in their basic mission, if they couldn't dock with Ymir and get her engine working, they had no way of getting back to Izzy, save perhaps by the utterly insane measure of diving into Earth's atmosphere on their next pass and using the air to slow them down. Dinah had been a little slow to absorb the full meaning of the little ship's name. The James Caird was a small boat that Shackleton had used to make a desperate run for help to save the remnant of his failed South Pole expedition. They had aimed it at South Georgia Island, a speck on the map, in the knowledge that if they didn't hit it spot on, The prevailing winds would never allow them to turn around and make another try. She wondered if that very craziness wasn't Marcus attempting to make a point. The overall situation of the human race was, of course, ludicrously desperate. Doob had been the first to point this fact out in public 2 years ago. Planning and preparation had consumed the time since. The work had been hasty, improvised, and politically inflected, but fundamentally it had been a well-ordered and methodical engineering project, as it had to be. But its plodding, bureaucratic nature had a kind of lulling effect. How many times in the last 2 years had Dinah leaned back from a screen full of code and forcibly reminded herself of what was going on and how bad it was? Unable to keep that squarely in their minds, the 1,500 or so survivors tended to live from one day to the next and keep doing what they had done the day before. Of all people, Sean Probst had been the least susceptible to that. He had seen what needed to be done almost immediately, and he had made efforts to do it that had been fantastically strenuous and, in the end, fatal. With his final transmission, he had passed that responsibility on to Marcus. Dinah suspected that Marcus had stepped away from his position at the top of the org chart and set out on this mission, partly to set an example for everyone else. And if that was true, bringing Dinah along was to make a point as well. He would spare no one, play no favorites. Marcus broke the silence once during the approach.
Definitely a shard, as you said. Not snowball, not candle.
I agree, Dinah said. She could see its shape clearly enough now on the screen of her tablet. Unlike normal ships which carried their propellant in tanks, Ymir was a big chunk of solid propellant, ice, inhabited by a sort of parasitical infestation of equipment whose purpose was to convert that propellant into thrust. Not knowing exactly what he would find on Comet Grig Skellerup, Sean had come equipped with more than one alternative architecture for putting Ymir together. If the Comet core had turned out to be a loose ball of ice dust, then he'd have had to scoop out what he needed and pack it into something like a snowball, giving Ymir a spherical shape with the reactor embedded in its center. Another option would have been to fashion a long cylinder of ice and plant the reactor in one end of it, then burn it forward, consuming the ice en route, like a candle. What they were seeing now looked more like the third architecture, which was the shard. It suggested that, upon his rendezvous with Grig Skellerup, Sean had found it made up of at least one fairly hard and solid crystal that could be relied on to hold itself together structurally during the maneuvers to come. He had split the shard off from the main body of the comet and planted the reactor system somewhere near its middle, then embedded the rest of his ship, the part where the humans lived, in what would become its nose. If the equipment had worked as planned, then executing the burns, i.e. pulling out the control blades to place the reactor into operation and make steam, had been a matter of sending signals to actuators embedded in the core, motors that would move the rods, valves that would control the flow of steam and water, and so forth. Implicit in all of this was a hell of a lot of robot activity, which was why Sean had taken the extraordinary step of traveling personally to Izzy to clean out Dinah's supply of them before proceeding to his rendezvous with Ymir. The reactor had to be fed with ice. Because ice was a solid, it couldn't flow through tubes. Robots had to mine ice from the shard and transfer it to a feed system, a set of augers that would move it into the reactor chamber to be melted and vaporized. A Sci-Y robot could move a lot of material in a hurry by embedding its tail in the ice, and then using a whirring mill on its head to throw off a fountain of fine shavings that could be collected and carried off by gnats. The long intervals of time between burns could be used to store up a supply of shredded ice in hoppers that would feed the augers. Downstream of the engine, robots were also needed to maintain the shape of the rocket nozzle. This was a long duct with a wide mouth on the aft face of the shard, tapering to a narrow throat near the reactor. The throat had been constructed on Earth and launched up with the reactor. It was made of a corrosion-resistant alloy called Inconel. Any other material would rapidly wear out from the hot steam blasting through it. Conditions in the long spreading bell of the nozzle, however, were more benign, and so it worked fine for that to be sculpted from ice. Nonetheless, it changed its shape as it was used. Deeper in, where the exhaust was hot, it grew wider as its walls were melted by the torrent of steam. Closer to the exit, where the exhaust had cooled to below freezing, it accumulated on the walls and narrowed the passage. So robots had to scuttle around, reshaping the nozzle. This was a fine task for the gnats that Lars had experimented with in Seattle. Finally, there was a third crew of robots, living on the exterior surface of the shard, trying to keep it from falling apart by embedding fibrous reinforcement in the outer layer of ice and wrapping cables and nets around it, somewhat like a butcher tying up a roast to prevent it from collapsing in the oven. This was a good match for the capabilities of the Grimmed, steel-armored, robots, which were mostly grabs. All of these robots needed power, of course. They could store a little of it in batteries, but those had to be recharged. Some of them collected energy from sunlight. Others had to converge from time to time on one of Ymir's little nuclear generators to sip electricity. The general picture was that Ymir would not be anything like the traditional idea of a spaceship, in the sense of an orderly, symmetrical piece of architecture. It would be more like a flying robotic anthill, constructed out of a natural found object. The robots crawling around on and in it had general instructions as to what they were supposed to be doing, but could make their own judgments from moment to moment to avoid collisions with other robots, or from hour to hour as to when they needed to recharge their batteries. Or that had been the general scheme, anyway. Since there'd been no guessing what Sean would find, there'd been no way of coming up with any plan worthy of that name. Instead, they had sent him up with tools, resources, and ingenuity. Dinah, Marcus, Vyacheslav, and Jiro were about to inherit the tools and the resources. Jiro's inspector made steadily more noise as they approached, but the growth was slow enough that their minds didn't quite register it. Jiro did not seem alarmed by the level of radioactivity, but Dinah didn't know how to interpret that. Earlier in the mission, she had probed him for some general background about what to expect. "If it's very bad, we'll just lose consciousness and the mission fails," he'd said. "The flux of radiation just shuts down our nerves, our sphincters open. We never even know it's happening." "In that case," Marcus had pointed out, somewhat testily, "there is little point in discussing that scenario." "If all four of us throw up," Jiro had continued, "and say one or more of us gets diarrhea, then we have hours to live. In that case, we should just transmit a warning to Izzy and encourage them to send a second mission. In the meantime, maybe we can transmit some useful information to them. Inspector data, pictures, etc." "Noted," Marcus had said. "If, say, one of us throws up, then it means that half of us will probably die, and so we have some chance of accomplishing the mission. If no one is barfing, then none of us is likely to die, at least over a time span of weeks." "Thanks for that," Dinah had said, and tried to put it out of her mind. Now that they were actually approaching Ymir, however, it was coming back to her, and she was trying to convince herself that she wasn't feeling any nausea. "I am going to traverse the nozzle mouth in about 30 seconds, Marcus announced. "Roger," Jiro said, and then switched off his inspector altogether. He pulled up a window on the screen of his tablet. "Switching to the external gamma spec now." Suddenly, Ymir was filling the window. It was dead ahead of them. The glowing Earth, 1/3 of a million kilometers away, set below its black horizon as they sidled in behind it. Marcus had placed them on a trajectory that would slowly cross that of Ymir, bringing them laterally across the ice ship's aft end. Dinah's older relatives might have described Ymir as having a sugarloaf shape, meaning a cone with a blunted tip. If so, this sugarloaf had been splashed with boiling water and attacked with a screwdriver in several places, giving it a scarred, irregular form. But it clearly had a fat end and a narrow end. These were about half a kilometer apart. The fat end, which was beginning to swing across their field of view, was a couple of 100 meters wide. It had a big circular hole in it, which was the outlet of the ice nozzle. New Caird could have flown into that hole and followed it almost all the way up to the throat before running out of room. And perhaps they would do so later, if they could find no other way in. But for now, they were just going to make a lazy swing across it. The edge of the hole was blurry because of the evanescent steam cloud leaking out of it. This looked not so much like rocket exhaust as like breath emerging from someone's mouth on a cold day. It didn't so much block their view as soften it. But the visual landscape of space was one of intense contrasts, and so it was impossible to see down into the nozzle bell even when they were squarely in the middle of the cavernous hole. It was just a black disk, like staring into the muzzle of a rifle. Hair-thin needles of frost grew on the window as the steam condensed. Jiro focused intensely on his tablet until they had drifted past the midway point, then seemed to draw back into himself. He switched his inspector back on. It was making a lot more noise than it had a few minutes ago, but this gradually diminished as they traversed beyond the nozzle exit and across the wide base of the sugarloaf. With a tap on the thrusters, Marcus got them moving forward with respect to Ymir. Earth rose on her other side. New Caird moved up alongside the shard, headed for her forward end.
"What's the verdict, Jiro?"
Marcus asked, when he was satisfied with how things were going.
"Based on the gamma spec," Jiro said, "I would say that at least one of the fuel rods ruptured, not at the beginning when the rods were new, and not recently when they were full of fission fragments and daughters, but somewhere in between. Could be worse, could be better." A memory came back to Dinah. One of Sean's last messages said he was thrusting at full power. Jiro shrugged. "This reactor contains 1,600 fuel rods, grouped in assemblies of 40, so the failure of a single rod wouldn't measurably affect performance. Even the ruptured rod still makes power, remember? It's just that it would be spewing fuel fleas, fragments, and daughters into the rocket exhaust. We would expect to see a mixture of alpha, beta, and gamma, which is just what the inspector is reporting." Dinah was no nuclear physicist, but she'd had enough radiation facts drilled into her to get the gist. Gamma was high-energy light. It would pass through just about anything. So, bad news, good news. It was hard to shield against the stuff, but most of it passed right through your body without interacting. That is, without doing damage. It made scary noises on the inspector. Betas were free-flying electrons. They were easy to shield against. Good news, bad news. You could stop them with a little bit of water or plastic. But by the same token, if they came into contact with your body, they were certain to break something inside of you. Alphas were helium nuclei, 4,000 times as massive as betas, moving at relativistic speed. They could not pass quietly through matter any more than cannonballs could, but they did a lot of damage to whatever they hit. In order to detect anything other than gamma, Jiro had been forced to switch over to equipment mounted on the outside of New Caird, since alpha and beta couldn't penetrate the hull. And by looking at the energies of the various particles striking that equipment, he had been able to diagnose conditions inside the reactor. Since she could no longer see Ymir out the front window, Dinah focused on the slivers of frost that had grown on the glass.
These were rapidly sublimating into space and would be gone in a few more minutes. She'd found them beautiful until Jiro had made them aware that they were probably contaminated. "Any residual beta now?" she asked. "We are well clear of the nozzle and the plume," Jiro said, a little taken aback. "I mean, did we pick up any contamination on that flyby?" "It is back down to background levels," Jiro said, "but the detector would only see sources on its side of the hull. We will have to do a more thorough survey later."
"Get a load of this,"
Marcus said, and punched in a maneuver that swung New Caird around 90 degrees. They were now flying sideways, their nose aimed directly at Ymir, which was only about 100 meters away from them. She more than filled the window. Her narrow end, her bow, if you wanted to think of her as a ship, was a hill of dirty ice. A few fine structures suggested that humans had been at work there. Some structural netting, some cables, a glinting wire that might have been the radio aerial. But it wasn't obvious yet where they were actually going to dock.
"It is really buried,"
Marcus observed. He didn't have to explain that it was the command module, the part of Ymir that had life support systems. It ought to be reachable through a docking port, but they weren't seeing anything. They had known, because it was part of the plan, that Sean and his crew would have buried it in the ice to protect them from radiation and from rocks. They looked to have buried it deep. Dinah's tablet was running a terminal window, a simple programmer's interface that just displayed lines of text. For the last little while, this had shown only a blinking cursor, but now it came alive and began to display cryptic one-line messages. "Picking up some new bot sigs," she reported. These were the digital signatures of robots, pinging the universe to find out what, if anything, was listening. New Caird had shipped with a complement of robots of various types, but she knew all of their SIGs and was filtering them out of this terminal window. Anything that showed up here was, by process of elimination, from Ymir's complement of robots. Like the clicks on Jiro's inspector, these came up sporadically and in bursts. "At least 20, so I'm going to filter out the gnats," she said, typing in a command. Being so numerous, gnats tended to overload the screen. "Okay, in addition to a pretty well-developed gnat swarm, I have half a dozen grabs and at least that many Siwise."
"Any clues in their names?"
Marcus asked. It was possible to give each robot a unique name, which would show up on its SIG. By default, these were just automatically generated serial numbers, but they could be manually changed. "Well," Dinah said, "here is a grimmed grab whose name is, 'Hello, I am right on top of the docking port,' which seems promising."
"Can you make it flash?"
"Hang on." Dinah established a connection to "Hello, I am right on top of the docking port," and, after quickly checking its status, told it to blink its LEDs until further notice. Before she even looked up from her screen, she could tell, by subvocal exclamations from the others, that it had worked.
"I see it very clearly,"
Marcus said. Some pops and bangs sounded from the thrusters as he adjusted New Caird's attitude. They were now flying in nearly perfect sync with Ymir, looking at the flashing grab from a distance of maybe 5 meters. It was anchored into the surface of the shard in an area that was relatively free of the black stuff.
"Aim the light down into the ice, please. And put it on continuously,"
Marcus requested. The grab's LEDs were mounted on snaky stalks that could be aimed. Dinah made it happen. When next she looked up through the window, she could see the silhouette of the grab centered in a nimbus of white light, produced by its aiming its lights directly into the ice. A sharp white disk was visible in the center of that silvery cloud. It was blurred by the ice, but they all recognized it for what it was: a docking port, buried at least a meter deep. Did anyone bring an ice pick? Jiro asked. It was not like him to make a joke, but Dinah was happy to take humor from any quarter at this point.
Slava, Marcus said, you're up. Dinah, maybe you can help by bringing more of the robots to the area.
By entering a fairly simple command, Dinah was able to summon every Grab and Psy-Y in range, telling them, in effect, figure out a way to get closer to, hello, I am right on top of the docking port, and don't bother me with the details. By the time Vyacheslav was suited up, enough of these had drawn near that she was able to clinch several of them together and form a temporary construct that reached up from the surface of the ice to grapple Nuke Haired, first in one location and subsequently in two more. So even though they had not been able to dock yet, they at least had a mechanical link to Ymir that would prevent them from drifting away. Other robots, including Hello, meanwhile busied themselves carving a hole in the ice down toward the buried docking port. Vyacheslav exited through Nuke Haired's airlock, clambered down a stack of robots to the surface, and then made his way toward the site. Since the gravity of Ymir was negligible, Vyacheslav's weight here was about 0.5 gram, and the faintest contact with the surface would send him rebounding off into space. So instead of walking, he had to rely on some sort of anchor fixed into the ice. Dinah was able to send 2 of Nuke Haired's Grabs scuttling along ahead of him. These had been engineered for movement on ice and could rapidly anchor themselves by melting and refreezing it with their footpads. All Slava had to do was follow them and hold on to them. Once he had reached the mouth of the hole, he was able to embed anchors and carabiner himself into place. Then he speeded up the work of the robots by scooping out more ice more quickly than they were capable of moving with their little claws. Not knowing what to expect, they had brought with them a small arsenal of improvised ice mining tools, including a craftsman garden shovel that had mysteriously made its way up from a Sears Roebuck in an old earth mall. Slava put it to work. Meanwhile, Marcus was sending a status report back to the Cloud Ark, and Jiro was doing more typing than seemed necessary just for taking notes. He was communicating with someone, or more likely, something. Dinah was tempted to ask what, but there was only one plausible answer. He had established contact with the computer that controlled the reactor core. Marcus seemed to have come to the same conclusion.
Jiro, he asked, news from the belly of the beast?
It's alive, Jiro said, in what might have been either awkward phrasing or a second consecutive joke. I am trying to make sense of the logs. There is a lot of repetitive material.
Error messages? Marcus asked, making the obvious guess.
Not so much. It is robot stuff. Status reports. Dinah moved over one seat and had a look. Though she couldn't tell exactly what was going on, her general read tallied with Jiro's. Lots of robots had been working away, executing variations on the same small set of programmed behaviors, pumping out occasional status reports, and yes, some error messages, that had generated a log too vast for any human to read. They would have to sort it out later by writing a computer script that would crawl through it, accumulating statistics and looking for patterns. Could you scroll to the top, please? She asked. She wanted to know the date and time of the first log entry. I checked it, Jiro said, right around the time of Sean's last transmission. So Sean, probably knowing that he was at death's door, had told the robots to do something and to keep doing it until they were ordered to stop. Since the outer surface of the shard was pretty quiet, this probably related to some internal work hidden beneath the surface. Mining fuel, probably, Dinah guessed. Then, before Jiro could object to the incorrect choice of words, propellant, that is. Vyacheslav exposed the docking port. Using a combination of taps on Nuke Haired's thrusters, some pushing and pulling by the robots, and Vyacheslav simply grabbing the spacecraft and nudging it this way and that. They inserted her front door, docking port, into the little crater that Vyacheslav and the robots had excavated, and mated it with that of Ymir's buried command module. Slava then had to re-enter New Caird through its side airlock. By sounds conducted through the hull, they could track his progress as he climbed into the chamber, closed the outer hatch, and activated the system that would fill the lock with air. In the meantime, Marcus was able to make contact with the computers on the other side of the port and verify that there was breathable air and other amenities. It was damned cold, though, about 20 degrees below freezing.
"That was Sean doing us a favor," Marcus said. "He turned the thermostat down before he died. His body will be frozen solid."
For Ymir had no lack of power from its nuclear generators, and its electrical systems were still working. Marcus entered a command that would turn the command module's environmental systems back on and bring the temperature back up. He pressurized the tiny space between Ymir's hatch and New Caird's. Then he opened the latter. They were all looking now at the slightly domed exterior surface of the hatch that would lead into Ymir's command module. Someone had written on it with a felt-tipped marker. He had drawn the trefoil symbol used to warn of radiation hazards, and beneath it had written the Greek letters Alpha, Beta, and Gamma. Then, as a darkly humorous doodle, he had added a crude skull and crossbones. Marcus was the first to recover. He spiraled out of the pilot's chair and propelled himself aft to the inner hatch of the airlock. There he punched a virtual button on a screen which had the effect of locking the inner hatch. He was not letting Vyacheslav come in. He reached up with one hand and adjusted his headset.
"Slava," he said. "Can you hear me? Good. Listen. We have contamination. You may have picked some of it up on your spacesuit. Before you come inside, I would like you to go over to Jiro's external radiation detector and see if we pick anything up."
Jiro was already scanning the hatch with his inspector, fortunately without results. Outside they could hear Vyacheslav cycling the airlock again and clambering back out. Using external handholds on the hull, he made his way to the place where the external gamma spec was mounted, and devoted a couple of minutes to turning this way and that, directly in front of them, paying particular attention to his gloves, his knees, his boots, anything that had come into contact with the ice. No bursts of radiation were noticed, and so he was given clearance to go back to the airlock and enter New Caird. They had brought warm clothes, which seemed advisable when going on a journey to a huge piece of ice. Jiro put his on. Dinah reached for the stuff stack in which she had stored hers, but Marcus held up a restraining hand. She noticed that he was making no effort to dress for the occasion. Jiro was going down there alone.
"I am going to overpressurize us a little bit,"
Marcus said, working with an interface on his pad. Dinah felt pressure building against her eardrums. Marcus didn't explain himself, and didn't have to. They wanted clean air from New Caird to waft into Ymir, as opposed to potentially contaminated air coming in here. Jiro then pulled a disposable one-piece bunny suit over his cold-weather gear, for they had come prepared to find the ship contaminated. He slung his inspector over the outside of the bunny suit. Dinah handed him a respirator mask so that he wouldn't breathe radioactive dust into his lungs. And he pulled it on over the bunny suit's hood and checked it for a good seal against his face. He pivoted into the space between the ships, operated the external latch on Ymir's hatch, and jerked forward slightly as the overpressure in New Caird pushed it open. He let himself drift into the command module, then got himself turned around so that his feet were oriented toward the floor. Meanwhile, Marcus pulled the hatch closed behind him. Vyacheslav by now had emerged from the airlock. He, Dinah, and Marcus were listening to Jiro's breathing on their headsets. "Sean bled to death," Jiro announced. Ymir's command module was arclet-sized. Of course, that went for almost everything now in space, since an arclet was just the biggest object that could be launched into orbit on the top of a heavy-lift booster. Some arclets were tunnel, meaning that they were laid out in a horizontal orientation meant to lie flat, as it were, like railroad tank cars, with a single long floor running from end to end. This was good if you wanted a large open space, but tended to be a less efficient use of available volume. The command module of Ymir, like that of New Caird, was silo, meaning that it was oriented in a vertical way, diced into a number of round stories, typically 4 or 5, joined by a ladder. Each story was a fat disk of space about 4 meters in diameter, big enough for one room that would be considered large by space travel standards, but more often divided into smaller compartments. Ymir was a 5-story silo, meaning that it had low ceilings that must have made it a claustrophobic place in which to spend a 2-year journey. The first story Jiro had entered, being closest to the surface with its cosmic ray and bolide hazards, was a single room. On the plans, it was supposed to be used for storage of things like food, scrubber cartridges, robot parts, and tools. After a few minutes, Jiro was able to set up a video link from a camera mounted to his head. They watched it on their tablets. The frozen body of Sean Probst was floating in a sleep sack that had been zip-tied to the ceiling. The porous fabric was stained dark brown. Very little of it had not been soaked with blood. Bumping lightly against him was an old-school Geiger counter, tethered by another zip tie. The word "busted" had been written on it with the same felt-tip pen used to make the sign. After sweeping Sean's body and the rest of the level with his inspector, Jiro floated down the gangway to the next level down. The noise of the inspector built steadily.
"Oh, turn the fucking sound off,"
Marcus said, and it went quiet. It would now display the counts per minute on its little screen, which only Jiro could see, but they wouldn't hear the clicks. The next story was a sort of general meeting, dining and muster room, mostly open space, lined with storage lockers. The third, or middle, story was divided into sleeping compartments, toilets, and showers. The fourth was a laboratory and workshop space. Those functions continued down into the 5th and bottommost story.
"Cold here,"
Jiro said as he reached the bottom level.
"Suddenly a lot of beta."
"Okay," Marcus muttered.
"So, the contamination is there, on the 5th level down."
It was cold, as they soon saw, because someone had left the door open. A manhole in the middle of the floor, big enough for a person in a spacesuit to climb through it and into a round shaft leading straight down into the ice. The entire length of the shaft was illuminated by white LEDs.
"That is remarkable,"
Marcus said. Jiro descended into the tunnel headfirst and began to propel himself along it by the simple expedient of pulling on a knotted rope that had been fixed into its wall by ice anchors. He moved tentatively at first, then more rapidly.
"There is a hatch at the far end, 100 meters away, maybe,"
Jiro said.
"Radiation?"
Marcus asked.
"Not so much,"
Jiro said.
"I do not think this was the root of the contamination."
The hatch at the end was adorned with a more formal rendering of the radiation hazard symbol. They all knew what was on the other side of it. A small pressurized module that was physically connected to the guts of the reactor. Jiro elected not to go through, instead turning around for a return to the command module. Then he turned back suddenly and swept the beam of his headlamp across the ice wall of the tunnel. Some long, slender object was embedded in the ice. 2 long, slender objects. 2 human bodies. Dinah gasped as she recognized Lars's strawberry blonde hair. Without making any comment, Jiro made his way back up the tunnel to the lower level of the command module. He turned his attention to a locker near the hatch. Its door was open. Mining tools and spacesuit parts were floating around in it. Others had spilled out into the room and were drifting around aimlessly, pushed by currents of air.
"Jiro,"
Marcus said.
"Talk."
"Strong data from here," Jiro said. "This is where the contamination came from." He drifted back up to the common room and found a garbage bag in a cabinet, then returned to the bottom level and went to work sorting through the tools and the clothing, holding each of them in turn up to the inspector as he focused on its screen. From time to time, he would grimace at the results and push the item into the garbage bag. Dinah, Marcus, and Vyacheslav waited in New Caird for an hour, pretending to pass the time with tasks on the screens of their tablets. Then they heard Jiro's voice again.
"Prepare to put something out the airlock,"
he was shouting. It took them all a few moments to understand Jiro's thinking. New Caird and the command module of Ymir now formed a closed system. Since the latter was completely embedded in ice, the only way to remove something from that system, to take out the radioactive garbage, was to put it out New Caird's airlock. There were some distant thuds. Dinah floated forward and opened the hatch to be greeted by a garbage bag filled to the dimensions of a beach ball and all wrapped up in duct tape. Propelled by a shove from Jiro, this entered New Caird. Dinah pushed it up to Marcus, who intercepted it and tapped it sideways into the airlock. Vyacheslav slammed the hatch behind it. Then they heard a hiss, indicating that the lock had cycled. The bundle was now adrift in space. Jiro's head, then the rest of him, came through the port. He had stripped off the bunny suit and the respirator and presumably stuffed them into the garbage bag. He was sweaty and exhausted.
"Just like old times, my friend,"
Marcus said, referring to Jiro's earlier career running cleanup at Fukushima.
"I don't miss it,"
Jiro said. It was warm in the command module now, so they didn't need the parkas. But they all used bunny suits when they went into Ymir and stripped them off before going back into New Caird. Contamination was sneaky, as Jiro put it. The beta, emitted by a microscopic speck of fallout, could be hidden from the inspector's view by just about any random obstacle, and the command module was cluttered with those. So Jiro's initial sweep was no guarantee that tiny, beta-emitting particles weren't still hidden in there. If such particles found their way into a lung or the digestive tract, fatal radiation damage was likely to result. He had, though, identified a spacesuit glove on the lower level as being heavily contaminated, and found lower levels of contamination on some other odds and ends that had gone into that garbage bag and out the airlock. With luck, all serious sources of contamination had now been removed. Before it had time to thaw, Vyacheslav took Sean's body down from the ceiling. Slava wasn't a life scientist, but he was a jack of all trades. Bundled up in parka and moonsuit, he cut the sleep sack open as Jiro stood over him with the inspector. He performed a cursory exam, then wrapped the body back into the sleep sack. He maneuvered it to the lower level, threaded it through the manhole in the middle of the floor, and then pushed it down the tunnel to the end, where Lars and the other crew member had been buried. There he stashed Sean's body against the ice wall. Somewhat ruining their appetite, he reported on the findings of this impromptu autopsy as they got ready to eat a meal in the common room.
"Sean bled to death out of his asshole," he reported. "He had an internal rupture of the bowel."
"I picked up some beta through his belly," Jiro added. "He was very emaciated at the end."
"Meaning?"
Marcus asked. "He swallowed a particle of fuel, probably a fuel flea that got loose and somehow was tracked in here." Fuel flea? Jiro had used the term before. No one else knew what it meant. It had gone in one ear and out the other, just another bit of the tech jargon that was so ubiquitous on Izzy. Now that fuel fleas were killing people, it was time to learn about them. A tiny piece of uranium or plutonium that has gotten loose from a ruptured rod. As it throws off alpha particles, it zigs and zags around the room. Conservation of momentum. So it hops around like a flea. The point is, it is small and it makes a lot of alpha. It lodged in a diverticulum in his bowel. It burned through his bowel wall and started a bleed that could not stop. Everyone pushed back their food.
Okay, Marcus said. We eat in Newcaird.
Once they had finished their meal, Marcus told everyone that they needed to sleep, since they had a busy few days ahead of them. Jiro volunteered to take the first watch, and so the rest of them slept while Jiro stayed up going through logs and notebooks, assembling a picture of all that had happened on Ymir's journey. Suddenly they had a lot of space to spread out in. Dinah was tempted to retreat to the far end of the Newcaird and get some privacy, but Marcus insisted that everyone sleep down in the command module. Newcaird might be free of radioactive contamination, but it was exposed to the direct hazards of space. A bolide strike would kill anyone in it, whereas a beta-emitting particle, inhaled into the lung, would take days or weeks to incapacitate the victim, time during which they could do useful work. So Vyacheslav ended up sleeping in one of the berths on Ymir's crew accommodation level, while Dinah and Marcus shared another. Somewhat to her surprise, they actually managed to have sex, a thing that had occurred only once since the White Sky. It was a sly surprise, not the athletic banging around that they had enjoyed the first few times they had done it, back in the good old days when the hard rain had seemed far in the future and the Cloud Ark had still felt like an isolated research colony. Ymir, now separated from the rest of the human race by millions of kilometers distance and several thousand meters per second of delta V, now had some of that old feel to it. And despite the ghoulish scene that had greeted them on arrival, Dinah liked it here. It was the space equivalent of one of Rufus's old mining camps, and didn't really want to go back. But they were supposed to be saving the human race, not enjoying an exotic holiday, so she tried to get some sleep. When Marcus's alarm went off 5 hours later, she peeled out of the bag they'd been sleeping in and did her best to clean up and get into some fresh clothes. Ymir had long ago turned into a smelly bachelor pad, short on toiletries, and, as they discovered while rooting around in the common area, on food. Sean had definitely been killed by the fuel flea in his gut, but he had likely been weakened before then by malnutrition, and even by lack of oxygen, for the systems that the crew had been using to replenish Ymir's air supply were not in the best condition. The new arrivals were awakened twice during their sleep cycle by alarms from the life support system, which Jiro silenced and dealt with. When they were all awake, they ate food from the stores they had brought with them and listened to a briefing from Jiro. "Let me tell you what happened to this expedition," he said, and then he told them the story as he had pieced it together from the logs left behind by the dead. The failure of the radio, shortly after the beginning of the mission, had been caused by a defective part for which there was no replacement. A simple, stupid oversight. The longest leg of the trip, the year and a half spent coasting from the L1 gate to Grig Skellerup, had consisted of lengthy stretches of boredom, interrupted by occasional panics, most of which had to do with the life support system. This was based on using sunlight to grow algae, a process that worked well in the lab, but had turned out to be difficult to sustain on Ymir. The newest arklets in the Cloud Ark had benefited, in this respect, from lessons learned operating such systems in the time since Zero, but Ymir had been built and launched very early, using systems that now seemed painfully out of date. Once they had reached Greg's skeleton, and thereby gotten access to vast amounts of water, they'd been able to make oxygen by splitting H2O, and life had improved. Until then, however, they'd been oxygen-hungry and tense, trying to keep their consumption of air and food to a minimum by floating listlessly in their sacks, watching the same DVDs over and over again. Health and mental status had suffered. They broke the shard from Grig Skellerup using small mining charges planted by hand or by robots programmed by Lars. Into its nose, they embedded the command module, making themselves comparatively safe from cosmic radiation and bolides for the first time since the beginning of the mission. Life began to improve. They started excavating the access tunnel into the core. Into the aft end of the shard, they inserted the reactor system, letting it melt its way into the ice. Around it, in the heart of the shard, they began to excavate a cavity and sculpt out hoppers. Containers designed to hold broken-up ice produced by the mining robots. 12 augers, long spiraling ice movers, like the ones used to transport grain into elevators, were set up to convey that loose ice from the hoppers into the space surrounding the warm reactor vessel, where it would melt and be pumped into the core itself. Meanwhile, a separate core of robots worked on the outside of the shard, melting the ice a little bit at a time, mixing it with the fibrous material they'd brought with them, and letting it refreeze into the much tougher material known as pycrete. The steampunk propulsion system had basically worked as planned, though not without a lot of tinkering and head-scratching, on the first burn that had put it on the course back to L1. There had, however, been some problems with the augers that were used to feed ice into the reactor chamber. The augers received their inputs of ice from hoppers that had to be filled up by mining solid ice from the inside of the shard, a process for which robots were well suited, and so nothing worked at all without the assistance of a small army of robots conveying flakes of ice from the mine head to hopper like ants dismantling a loaf of sugar. This part of it had actually worked. But some of the pieces of ice being mined by the robots had little rocks in them. These jammed the augers. Jams could often be repaired by operating the auger in reverse for a short time, but sometimes a robot, or even a person in a spacesuit, had to be sent to pry a rock out of the mechanism. An auger accident had led to the death of one member of the crew. During the months between that first burn and their arrival at L1, Lars did some programming work on the robots, trying to teach them not to collect rocky ice. They conducted a number of system tests intended to make sure that the problems they'd experienced the first time around wouldn't be repeated during the critical second burn. These ranged from small-scale tests on individual robots all the way up to full dress rehearsals where the entire system would be energized and the reactor turned on to generate thrust for a few minutes. It had been during the first of those dress rehearsals when something had gone wrong in the core, resulting in damage to the jacket of a fuel rod. Jiro had an idea as to what had gone wrong. Emir's reactor used water, the melted ice of the comet core, as its moderator. In nuclear engineering, that meant a medium that slowed down the neutrons hurled out by fission reactors, making them more likely to stick around long enough to trigger more such reactions. In the absence of an effective moderator, the neutrons would mostly escape from the system without doing anything useful. Between being as dead as a doornail and running out of control was a narrow band of normal and healthy power output in which basically all commercial reactor operations happened. The essential problem with Emir's reactor was that its moderator, being a naturally occurring substance, was impure and unpredictable. The water that had flooded into the chamber for the first dress rehearsal had been melted from ice a few months earlier, around the time of the initial burn, and been sitting in the plumbing system ever since then. There it had been in contact with rocks and grit that had made it through the augers. It had leached various minerals out of that rock and become something other than pure water. When the reactor was started and the pumps turned on, that impure water was drawn through screens and filters intended to exclude all the debris. But it was nonetheless impure water, and when introduced to the core, it failed to perform its function as a moderator. The reactor was sluggish to get going. With the advantage of hindsight, it could be seen that its neutron economy was suppressed, poisoned by the impurities in the water. Overreacting to the slow start, the operators had pulled the control blades out farther than they would have otherwise. but once the first rush of impure water had been flushed through the system and blown out the nozzle, it had been replaced by relatively pure water, only just now melted from the ice. The reactor's power had surged, producing a sudden buildup of fission products inside the fuel rods. Some of those would have been gases such as krypton and argon. The gases would have created pressure. Fuel rods were engineered to withstand it, but one of them had failed and ruptured. Possibly it had left the factory in excellent condition but been damaged en route by a nanometeoroid that had left a microscopic flaw. In any case, for whatever reason, the rod burst open and began to spill out the highly radioactive daughters of nuclear fission, which had become mixed with the steam being blasted out the rocket's nozzle. Most of the fallout had, therefore, dissipated into space. But the whole point of a rocket nozzle was to convert the thermal energy in the gas, its heat, into velocity. The faster the steam went, the colder it got, until the steam near the nozzle exit was so cold that it actually began to condense into snow. Tiny particles of fallout made excellent nuclei around which a snowflake might begin to form. Some of that snow had stuck to the ice walls of the nozzle bell. The most likely explanation for what had happened next was that one of the robots crawling around in that area, maintaining the shape of the nozzle, had become contaminated with a mixture of alpha-emitting fuel fleas and beta-emitting daughters, and tracked the material to a location where it had been transferred to the glove of a spacesuit, possibly by a mechanism as simple as a spacewalker reaching down to brush some ice from the claw of a grab, or planting a foot in a location where a contaminated grab had stepped. The contamination had then been brought into the command module when the spacewalker came indoors. They might not even have known about the burst fuel rod, so they might not have been checking for contamination. Or, as suggested by Sean's note, their Geiger counters might have broken down, one by one, rendering them blind to the presence of radioactivity in their environment. In any case, the particles had spread around the command module. Some men had inhaled them, some had swallowed them. They hadn't been healthy to begin with. In any case, the good news, if it could be so called, was that the reactor and the engine basically worked. The improvements Lars had made to the robot's mining programs had led to fewer rocks in the hoppers and fewer jammed augers during the L1 burn. Since then, gnats had been crawling around in the hoppers, identifying rocks that had sneaked in anyway and pushing them away from the augers. The damage to the fuel rod would have been a major catastrophe by old Earth standards, had it happened on an Earthbound reactor. Here it was messy, and had already been fatal to a few, but everything still worked. Yes, the new Caird expedition would be bringing a radioactive disaster right into the middle of the cloud arc, but once they drew close enough, they would jettison the reactor and let it fall into the atmosphere. 48 hours, give or take a few minutes, now remained before Earth would loom huge below them, and the nadir surface of the shard would sweat and steam as the radiant heat shining up from the incandescent air softened, melted, and vaporized the ice. It was then that they would have to pull out the control blades and execute Ymir's next big burn. First, they would have to spin the whole ship around so that she was flying backward, her nozzle bell pointed in the direction of movement. For the delta V they needed was a negative one, a braking as opposed to accelerating burn. For spin moves, all spaceships were equipped with thrusters, not powerful enough to impart big delta Vs, but capable of rotating the ship as a whole into the desired attitude so that the main engine was pointing in the right direction. As a rule, the thrusters were more effective when they were situated out toward the corners of the vehicle, where they could exert more leverage and crowbar the thing around with minimal thrust. Not knowing what they were going to find at Grigg Skellerup, the mission planners for Ymir had packed aboard a collection of modular thruster assemblies that basically consisted of little rocket engines, propellant tanks, wireless control links, and hardware for anchoring them into ice. A cursory survey of Ymir and a look at the dead crew's records made it clear that Sean and his crew had embedded those packages into the ice at suitable locations. One complex up at the nose with nozzles aiming in 4 perpendicular directions, and 4 more spaced around the fattest part of the shard. Now that New Caird was docked, her engine could also be put to use in getting Ymir spun around. But this one maneuver, a 180-degree flip, which would have seemed comparatively simple in a small craft such as an arklet, was fraught with difficulties and complications in something as huge and asymmetrical as Ymir. Anticipating a need to use the thrusters, Dinah sent robots out to inspect them during that first morning, and Vyacheslav suited up and went out to do a bit of troubleshooting on a propellant line that had somehow become kinked. But so ponderous were the shard's movements that the actual rotation, end over end, consumed 8 hours, and tweaking it into precisely the right orientation then took another 6. Whereupon Marcus announced that all their assumptions were probably wrong anyway.
"The atmosphere is too big,"
he said. He had been staring pensively for a long time at a string of emails from Izzy. Dinah felt a spear go through her heart. After all that had happened in the last couple of years, it was remarkable that she still had it in her to react in that way to bad news. It seemed to be some kind of built-in psychological program, triggered by phrases like, "Your mother has cancer," "There's been an explosion in the mine," or what Marcus had just said. They had known, from very early in the planning of the Cloud Ark, that the hard rain would heat up the air, all of the air all over the world. When air got hotter, it expanded. The atmosphere had only one direction in which it could expand, out into space. So whatever drag Izzy felt from the traces of air at its accustomed altitude of some 400 kilometers was bound to get worse as the atmosphere reached upward. How hot the air would get, how much it would expand, and how heavy the drag would get were questions of colossal import that, however, simply could not be answered until the hard rain actually started. As Doob always put it, the experiment of blowing up the moon had never been attempted before. The most they could do was wait and perform observations, which was exactly what they had been doing ever since the hard rain had begun. But Marcus had been distracted for most of that time and was only now absorbing the latest results. For the Cloud Ark, of course, there were plans to cover various contingencies. In the easy case where the atmosphere didn't expand that much and the drag wasn't too bad, they didn't have to do much. In the more difficult case, which was apparently the way the experiment was now shaping up, they had no choice other than to raise the orbit of every vessel they had, Izzy herself and each arklet. The delta V's involved were not that large. 300 meters per second sufficed to nearly double the orbital altitude and get them well clear of the danger zone. Each arklet had its own engine and enough of a propellant supply to accomplish that. For Izzy, matters were a little more complicated. If they were willing to ditch Amalthea, they could get 300 meters per second pretty easily. Bringing Amalthea along for the ride, however, increased the propellant requirements enormously, all of which had long ago been anticipated by mission planners. This was how the dump and run strategy had been dreamed up in the first place. So it would be easy for the arklets to get clear of the thickening atmosphere by abandoning Izzy, at least for the time being, and jumping to higher orbit. Their drag problems would be solved. But in doing so, they would lose the ability to shelter behind Amalthea and begin to take damage from bolides. Exactly how much damage depended on how thick and fast the rocks were coming in and what the distribution of sizes was. Another one of those questions of colossal import that couldn't be answered until the hard rain had actually started and data had been gathered. And so far the data were too thin to make any real determination. With a few spectacular exceptions, bolide impacts and casualties had been light. But this didn't mean it would remain thus. The white sky was an ever-changing phenomenon. The explosive uptick in the bolide fragmentation rate that had signaled its onset was still ongoing. The distribution of rock sizes and orbital parameters would continue changing for thousands of years. Trends could be observed and predictions could be made, but beyond a certain point it was guesswork. At any rate, Marcus had rolled the dice on the gambit that they were now executing. If it worked, and they could slow Ymir down enough to mate her with Izzy, then the big ride strategy became possible, and the arklets could climb to higher and safer altitudes behind the shelter of Amalthea's metal and Ymir's ice. The one part of that plan that Marcus apparently had not considered until now was that the atmosphere was too big. In truth, it wouldn't have made a difference if he had considered it. The crucial decision had been made and executed weeks ago by Sean Probst, when he had laid in a course at L1 and executed the burn that had placed Ymir on its current trajectory. This was an ellipse with a very low perigee. This was a sound idea from an orbital mechanics point of view in that the steam engine would have maximum leverage at that point. It was the natural place to make a burn and effect a transition to a low circular orbit matching Izzy's. But, sick and exhausted from his 2-year odyssey, isolated from the latest scientific discourse by radio failure, Sean might have overlooked the expansion of the atmosphere when making his calculations.
Are we going in?
Vyacheslav asked. This being a polite euphemism for the scenario where Ymir got so deep and slowed down so much that it burned up and became just another streak of blue light against the lambent background of the pyrosphere.
We are more likely to skip, I think,
Marcus said, meaning that Ymir might bounce off the atmosphere like a flat rock skimming across a pond.
With unpredictable results, but I cannot be sure. All I am saying is that this is not going to be the mission plan that Sean had in his mind. It is going to be something else. Something maybe a little more exciting.
Anticipating that Camilla might be on her toes, she had already survived one attempt. The gunman had crouched behind the rear of her school bus, sawed-off shotgun at the ready, and waited for her to emerge.
A narrow stretch of pavement separated the vehicle's side door from the entrance of her school, so he didn't have much margin for error.
He jumped the gun, as it were, springing out into the open while Camilla was still negotiating the descent to the street.
The long hem of her burqa was apt to get caught on her foot as it probed for the running board, so she had to take it slowly. The delay saved her life. Alerted by a schoolteacher standing in the building's doorway,
Camilla turned back into the bus.
Rather than hitting her full in the face, the shotgun blast raked the left side of her jaw, removing 11 teeth, tearing away much of her cheek, and causing massive structural damage to her jaw. Surgeons in Karachi, and later London, had saved most of the functions of her tongue, rebuilt her mandible from pieces of bone carved from her pelvis, and fitted her with a set of artificial teeth. After a world tour raising money for girls' education in Afghanistan and the tribal regions of Pakistan, Camilla had been granted permanent asylum in Holland. Dutch plastic surgeons, funded by charitable donations from all over the world, had gotten to work repairing the cosmetic damage.
This was a long-term project that had been interrupted by Camilla's selection as one of the Dutch candidates for the Cloud Ark.
No one believed that this was a random outcome of the casting of lots. Clearly, the Dutch authorities had placed their thumb on the scale and seen to it that she was chosen, as a rebuke to some conservative Muslim countries who had refused to nominate female arkers unless given assurance that arrangements would be made for them to live in orbital purdah.
Camilla was well suited to serve that symbolic purpose, since she had not adopted Western ways.
She dressed conservatively and wore the headscarf and the face veil. She was coy, however, as to whether the purpose of the face veil was submission to the demands of religion or to hide her disfigurement. She had pulled it down several times to display the scars to television cameras, and when she had dined at the White House she had gone uncovered in the dining room, by prearrangement with her hostess, the President of the United States. Julia's startling arrival in the Cloud Ark had therefore led to a reunion between the 44-year-old ex-president and the 18-year-old refugee. To call it joyous or even happy would have been wrong given the circumstances. It was a fact of human nature, though, that some people just got on well with each other.
This had clearly been the case during that dinner at the White House, and was no less true in Camilla's abode, Arklet 174,
which was where Julia ended up lodging after she had recovered from her eventful flight up and gone through a bit of basic training in how to live in space. Arklet 174 belonged to a heptad, or a cluster of 7 arklets all connected to a hexagonal frame. It and 5 other arklets surrounded a 7th, which was positioned in the middle of the hexagon, where it served as a 24-hour-a-day common room and working area for the people who lived in the others. 4 to 5 people were assigned to each of those, and 2 more had been shoehorned into small private cabins at the boiler room end of the central arklet, so the total population of the heptad, including Julia, was 29. This increased to 30 when Spencer Grindstaff managed to hitch a ride on a flivver that was bringing a spare part and a technician from Izzy to fix a problem in one of the arklet's thrusters. The technician returned to Izzy when he was finished, but Spencer stayed and talked his way into a berth on Arklet 215. There was a tendency for arklets within a group to become segregated by sex over time as the populations sorted themselves out. 215, which was predominantly male, ran on the same shift as 174, which was all female. They both ran on second shift, which, for reasons that were now purely historical, tended to be culturally American. They slept from dot 8 to dot 16. First shift was Asian, and third shift was European. The cultural shadings were perpetuated by food, the warm odors that greeted one's nostrils upon entering the common space first thing in the morning, the tastes one could expect to savor in the evening. Since space food was lacking in variety, this was largely a matter of spices. The second shifters had their little bottles of Tabasco, the first shifters had plastic packets of curry powder, and so on. Ganging was the term used by the architects to denote this clustering of arklets into formations of 3 or 7, triads and heptads. It helped simplify perambulators' job by reducing the total number of separate objects that needed to be tracked. It gave archies more living space to roam around in, and provided some redundancy in the case of a bolide strike. They didn't like to form anything larger than a heptad, though.
"Spencer, I am fully aware that I am out of my depth here," Julia said, "but I don't understand the upper limit of 7. I was assured, during my early briefings, that any number of arklets could in principle be ganged. Limiting it to 7 seems arbitrary, which suggests that some deeper agenda might be behind it." "One moment, please, Madam President," Spencer said. He was doing rather a lot of typing. "You really shouldn't call me that," Julia returned, though her tone of voice was indulgent. Spencer smacked his laptop's enter key, then leaned back slightly and adjusted his glasses. His eyes jumped around to various parts of the screen. Then he looked up, and in a clearer tone of voice announced, "It's all shut down." "The surveillance, you mean?" "Situational awareness network," he corrected her and winked. "Surveillance to you and me. It's like living in the Nixon White House. Old reference, you wouldn't understand. Now, where was I?"
Camilla knew.
She hadn't taken her eyes off Julia the whole time. She was on top of it. "The agenda behind the 7 arklet limit?"
"Yes, thank you, Camilla. I don't buy their arguments. To me, it feels rather like a way of atomizing the population, keeping the archies from cohering into their own polity, a polity that might serve as a wholesome and desirable counterweight to the central dominance of the power structure on Izzy. Speaking of which, Spencer, I want to say how much I appreciate the work you have done in managing things on the IT front, as just now.
giving us the freedom to talk among ourselves without the SAN recording our every word and gesture. Spencer nodded as if to say, all in a day's work. It was dot 18, the beginning of the workday for second shifters. They were in Arclet 215, home to Spencer, 3 other men, and a woman. The others had gone to breakfast in the common area, to exercise or to work. Spencer, Julia, and Camilla had been joined by a guest, Zeke Peterson, who had arrived by spacesuit and was still clad in his thermal coverall. He looked mildly agog. Sensing this, Julia turned toward him with a smile. "Major Peterson," she said, "it is so good you were able to join us. Though I am new to space, I have some understanding of how difficult it is to simply drop by and say hello, as it were."
"Well, technically I am no longer a major, since that would imply the existence of a military,"
Zeke said.
"But if we are going to use extinct titles as a courtesy, then I'll just thank you for your hospitality, Madam President."
Madam President was a little while parsing that and wasn't sure if she liked it. Nervous at the silence, Zeke went on.
"I'll apologize in advance that I can't stay for very long. I'm here with a specific job to do, and once it's done, I need to move on."
"Inspecting Arclet 174 for possible damage from a microbolide strike," Julia said.
"Yes, ma'am."
"I called it in yesterday. I could have sworn I heard a loud banging noise. It scared me to death. But there doesn't seem to be any damage, and the more time goes by, the more I wonder if I just imagined it. Space is a noisy environment. I hadn't expected that. The thrusters are so loud when they come on. Maybe it was nothing more than that. I would feel so embarrassed if I summoned you all the way out here to no purpose."
"Summoned me?"
Zeke asked, a little bewildered.
"The incident report system is an automatic queue. The assignments are handed out at random."
Julia exchanged a mischievous look with Spencer. "You and Spencer have been together on Izzy for more than 2 years," she said. "I'm sure you've come to appreciate his skills, as have I." Zeke looked just a bit queasy.
"So you got in and manipulated the queue?"
"Old habits die hard," Julia said. "I'm accustomed to working with people I know and trust. If an inspection of my Arclet is required, and someone has to do it, then why not have that someone be a person I've met before? Since the assignments are handed out at random, as you say, it might as well be you."
"Well," Zeke said, "since you put it that way, I'm glad to be able to catch up with you for a few minutes, Madam President. Just saying that I'll have to complete the full inspection anyway, so we can close the loop on your report."
"Of course, and I'll bet it will go quickly," Julia answered with a wink. "Zeke, you are a member of the general population, are you not?"
"Of course," Zeke said. "As an original member of the ISS crew, that's naturally—"
But then his eyes strayed toward Spencer and his voice trailed off. Julia smiled. "An awkward topic has come up, and it's best to face it with absolute transparency. Despite being a long-time trusted member of the ISS crew, Spencer here has been removed from the general population and demoted to the status of an Archie."
"I wouldn't look at it as a demotion,"
Zeke began. Julia silenced him with a dismissive fluttering of the fingers. These were still manicured. Camilla had been doing her nails for her. "We all know it was a demotion. Marcus sprang it on Spencer when he got news of the 8-ball and saw what was coming. Oh yes, I've been filled in on all of the carefully laid plans that Marcus set into motion when his sweetheart so conveniently gave him the news. Had word of it reached us at the White House, I don't know how I would have reacted, but we were busy protecting Kuru and supporting Marcus as best we knew how. Spencer here, after all those years of patient service, was replaced by that hacker boy."
"Steve Lake?"
Zeke asked.
Julia's eyes darted to Camilla, who nodded.
"Yes," Julia said. "Steve Lake. I guess he's quite clever, but obviously no competition for Spencer. Are they in competition? Zeke asked. In a sense, yes. When we Archies are exposed to the all-seeing eye of San, and the G-pop is permitted to have some semblance of privacy. It depends on where you are in the space station. Zeke began, but then trailed off. I wouldn't know, since I've been permitted to spend very little time there. Oh, I know the official justification. I'm not qualified to be a member of the G-pop. By process of elimination, that makes me an Archie. Fine. But that doesn't mean I can't maintain a degree of social connection with old friends who are so privileged. Julia reached out and clasped Zeke's hand briefly. To be sure, Zeke said, and I think that as time goes on, those two populations will cease to be thought of as separate groups. I know that is the official dogma, Julia said, amused. But most of that social interaction is not going to be through face-to-face visits. So I'm told. Hard to envision how the populations will merge as long as that is the case. Most of it is going to be happening through Spacebook and Scape and whatnot. Zeke went on, referring to the CloudArc versions of popular internet communication apps. At least until we all ascend into heaven and live happily ever after as one big friendly ark, Julia said. Zeke, you know space operations better than anyone. What is your opinion of the strategy that Marcus has been foisting on us? The big ride. Even the name seems a bit suggestive, doesn't it, of I don't know what. She exchanged a look with Camilla, who giggled at the witticism. Zeke looked around. You don't need to worry about that, Julia reassured him. About what? Marcus's surveillance network. San, I wasn't worried about it, Zeke protested. Just thinking. About what, pray tell? Major Peterson, all kidding aside, I really am quite keen to hear your opinions as an expert. To tell you the truth, I'm thinking about how thin the walls of this pressure hull are, Zeke said. When you called in that bolide strike yesterday, you sounded pretty alarmed. I heard the message. Well, you had every reason to be alarmed. I do this for a living now. I go out and inspect these craters, big and small, that are piling up on our equipment. I patch holes, repair stuff that's broken, and twice now I've had to handle fatalities. It's no joke. If Marcus sees an opportunity for us to ascend into heaven, as you put it, behind the shelter of Amalthea, well, I think it's worth a try. Is Amalthea going to shelter us from the thickening atmosphere? Camilla here has been reading the technical reports for me, which Spencer has been so good as to download from the server. She tells me it's quite serious. The expansion of the atmosphere? It's damn serious, Zeke said. But Izzy's ballistic coefficient, with Amalthea attached, is huge. She can plow through some pretty thick air, and the rock will absorb all the heat. And arklets can ride along in her wake, like bicyclists drafting behind a truck. All of the arklets? Zeke swallowed. No. She doesn't make a big enough bow wave to shield all of the arklets, unless they fly so close together that Perambulator goes nuts. This is the part of Marcus's plan that I can't understand, Julia said. What is to happen to all of the arklets that are not afforded the privilege of nestling into Amalthea's wake? I don't know all the details of the plan, Zeke said. It is fluid. Meaning, it's not really a plan, Julia said. It depends on when Emir gets back, what kind of condition she's in, how much ice she has. Then we'll make a plan. And is that to be a dictatorial process, under the, whatever it's called, the martial law thing? PSAPs, Camilla said. Zeke shrugged. I don't think Marcus is going to put it up for a vote. He'll get together with his brain trust, and they'll decide. Why bother consulting the Brain Trust? Julia asked, as if the idea were a fascinating novelty. To bring in different perspectives? Make sure they're not missing anything? Are there any Archies in this Brain Trust? Or are we expected to meekly accept its verdict? Zeke was flummoxed. Had he been given the ability to rewind and replay the conversation, he would see that he'd been outmaneuvered. Lacking that perspective, he was tongue-tied for now. Julia wasn't. I ask only because I've been getting to know a lot of Archies. I have nothing else to do. No duties, no applicable skills. I find that many of them crave a bit of society. It's a natural human need, just as much as sleep and exercise. So I talk to them, in person here on our little heptad, or through the channels you mentioned, the Spacebook and the Scape. These young people find it at least a novelty to have a conversation with a lonely and bored ex-president. My point being, Major Peterson, that our system worked. The casting of lots and the training camps produced the brightest collection of young talent it has ever been my privilege to encounter. They are brimming over with energy and ideas. These are the scarcest resources in our universe right now. Scarcer than water, scarcer than living space. And as such, I'd consider it a shame if their energy was wasted, and their ideas were not taken into account by whatever smoke-filled room Marcus assembles to make his plan, assuming he even survives what sounds to me like a somewhat harebrained endeavor. The crew of the original James Caird had used celestial navigation to find their way across hundreds of leagues of stormy seas to the coast of South Georgia Island. The crew of the new Caird would have to do something similar. It was easier for them. The navigator on James Caird had had no choice but to await breaks in the ever-present cloud cover and snatch observations when he could, comparing them against a mechanical chronometer that he hoped was still telling true time. New Caird had better timepieces and a better view of the sky. In place of a sextant, they had a device consisting of a wide-angle lens and a high-resolution image sensor that could tell what direction it was aimed in just by comparing what it saw to an astronomical database stored in its memory. So they knew precisely how they were oriented in space, and how that orientation was shifting as the giant shard of ice, to which they were attached, progressed through the inexorable mathematics of its long ellipse. That, combined with direct measurements of Earth's position, enabled Marcus to calculate the parameters of their orbit and to reckon, with precision that grew each time he rechecked the figures, exactly how low they were going to go. Whenever Izzy was on their side of the planet, which was about half the time, they were able to get the latest figures from Doob concerning the expansion of the atmosphere. It was in combining those two sets of figures that pure Newtonian mechanics began to break down. For, in a traditional calculation of a space vehicle's trajectory, one assumed no atmosphere and no extraneous forces resulting from it. But there was now no denying that Ymir would be going low enough to scrape the air. At a minimum, this meant it would experience some drag that would throw off the course that Sean Probst had laid in. As these things went, drag wasn't that difficult to calculate. Its effect on their course could be estimated. But, because the ice shard wasn't a symmetrical body coming in straight, it was also going to generate some lift. Not a lot of lift, nothing like an airplane wing, but some. If that lift got aimed in the wrong direction, it would make Ymir veer downward, like a stricken airplane going into its death spiral. But if they aimed it up, it would ease their passage by pushing them away from the Earth into an altitude where air was thinner. They would lose the benefit of lift then and drift back downward, but as the air got thicker, the lift would resume and push them back up. They might skip off the atmosphere several times during the hectic half hour when they were slingshotting around the world. The results would have been difficult to predict even if Ymir had been a traditional vehicle with a fixed and regular shape. But the shard was irregular. They didn't have time to measure it and to feed the data into an aerodynamics simulator, so they could only guess how much lift it was going to produce. And when its leading edge and its underside began to plow through the air, even though the air might be so thin as to be indistinguishable, for most purposes, from a vacuum, it was going to heat up. Steam would rise from it, producing some amount of upward thrust, and its shape would change. So even if they had been able to simulate the shard's aerodynamics, its lift and its drag, those numbers would quickly have become wrong during its first encounter with the upper air. Compared with all of those complexities, the fact that Ymir would be flying backward while operating a damaged experimental nuclear propulsion system at maximum power seemed like a mere detail. Faced with so many imponderables, a well-managed aerospace engineering project would have called a halt to all further work and devoted several years to analyzing the problem down to its minutest detail, exposing pieces of ice to the blast of hypersonic wind tunnels, building simulations, and wargaming possible alternative strategies. But by the time Marcus understood the general shape of the problem, they had 24 hours remaining to perigee. The tangerine Earth had grown to the size of an orange. No power wielded by humans could prevent Ymir from passing around it and scraping the atmosphere. They couldn't even ditch. New Caird, detached from Ymir, didn't have enough propellant in her tanks to materially change her course and would end up going on the same ride anyway. So Marcus made a reasonable guess as to what would be a good angle of attack, the orientation that Ymir would adopt vis-a-vis the atmosphere, and initiated a program of thruster firings that, over the course of half a day, swung the ponderous shard around into the position he deemed best. Ymir's stern was now aimed in the direction of movement, the huge mouth of the nozzle aimed forward so that it could make the all-important braking burn. But she was now twisted about her long axis in such a way that New Caird, still docked up near the bow and projecting from the side of the shard at approximately a right angle, was on the zenith. This meant that during the passage of the high atmosphere, her view of the Earth below would be blocked by Ymir, the nozzle of her engine pointed up toward the stars. Firing that engine would therefore tend to rotate the bow downward and the stern up, an attitude likely to produce more lift and help get Ymir out of trouble. Were the shard to tumble the other direction, it could end up in a position that would yield much more drag and much less lift, pulling the whole contraption deep into the atmosphere. In effect, New Caird had been reduced to the status of a small attitude control thruster. It was a thruster that could only push in one direction, and so Marcus had picked out the direction most likely to be useful if things began to go sideways. Vyacheslav would ride it out in New Caird's pilot's seat, from which he would enjoy an arm's-length tunnel vision view of some dirty 5-billion-year-old ice. He would wait for a verbal command from Marcus, ensconced in Ymir's common room, to fire New Caird's main propulsion if needed. All of this was mere background noise to Dinah, who was entirely consumed with coordinating the efforts of robots. The number of gnats was in the tens of thousands. They could only be talked to collectively as swarms. Trying to address and control them one by one, while theoretically possible, was a mug's game. Their general task was to morph the shard. One swarm would be working on the inner surface of the nozzle bell. At the moment, all of those were out on the back end of the shard, sunning themselves to build up their internal reserves of power. At a signal from Dinah, they would all converge on the circular maw of the nozzle, climb down into the bell, and spread out to reshape it as needed during the burn. They'd be running a program that Lars had developed and tweaked, so all Dinah really needed to do was to turn them on. Likewise, the smallest of the three swarms was down inside the ice hoppers, running Lars's program for keeping rocks away from the augers. Working in the dark, these had to sip power from electrical taps that Ymir's crew had installed for that purpose. The largest of the three swarms, though, was responsible for sculpting the interior of the big shard as it was hollowed out. By the time the journey to Izzy was finished, most of the ice would have been fed into the hoppers and blown out the nozzle, leaving a hollowed-out shell with just enough internal structure to hold the reactor in place and maintain some semblance of a nozzle bell. This was not as crazy as it sounded, for two reasons. First, it was what miners had done since time immemorial. They didn't just hollow out mountains, since that would lead to collapse. They sculpted the mountains into structurally sound architectural systems, complete with pillars, arches, and vaults. This was just that, except that the material was ice, and the forces in general were not as large. Secondly, most of the shard's interior was of little consequence from a structural engineering standpoint. There was a reason why airplanes and race cars had been hollow shells, all skin and no bones. Most structural forces were naturally transmitted through the outermost layer of the vehicle, so that was the best place to put the strength. Enough strength on the outside made it possible to leave the inside hollow. Ice, of course, wasn't the best material to work with. It was brittle. But the Ymir expedition had shipped out carrying a large supply of high-strength plastic cord, net, fabric, and loose fiber. And during the months that it had been coasting in from Grigskellerup, Lars's robots had been at work converting ice into pykrete. That outer layer of visually black ice was no longer ice per se, but a synthetic material with much better structural properties. Frozen, it could stop bullets. Melted and strained, it would separate into water, artificial fibers, and black crud from the dawn of the solar system. In any case, the larger robots, the Grabs and the Siwise, responsible for doing most of the heavy material removal on the inside, could scrape to within a few meters of that outer skin without compromising Ymir's structure. It was the responsibility of the third gnat swarm to clean up after them and maintain the internal pillars and webs that would keep the reactor and the hoppers suspended in the middle of the hollow shard. This swarm-based ice-sculpting algorithm had been Lars's invention, and he'd had a couple of years in which to perfect it. But Dinah was in charge of it now, and had a lot of learning to do between now and when she became fully responsible for it. Outnumbered by the gnats, but responsible for moving a much larger tonnage of ice, were the 100 or so Grabs and Siwise, now mostly stationed at the ready around the shard's interior. Most of these were general-purpose robots with some added-on bits that made them good at moving on ice. But there were also half a dozen Leatherface machines. Upsized Grabs with shovel-studded chainsaws for limbs, made to move a lot of ice in a hurry. These were so good at their jobs that they tended to destroy their surroundings, so they had to move frequently. Each one had to be followed around by an entourage of smaller robots, cleaning up its mess and getting it anchored to fresh locations. In theory, it was all just a big computer program that, when executed, would smoothly convert the solid hill of ice into something like a walnut with the meat removed. A thick, pockmarked outer shell with an organic internal system of ribs, veins, and webs. As with any other computer program, it might run perfectly when Dinah started it. But it might just as well go sideways, perhaps in a manner that wasn't obvious at first. So, situational awareness was going to be a big part of her task. Interesting as it might be to look out the window and watch the Earth screaming by at 24,000 miles per hour, she would need to keep her head down, searching through a roar of weak and ambiguous signals for signs that something was going awry. She liked to imagine that her days as a little girl in a mining camp, sitting in front of a radio console, trying to pick out Morse code signals from far away, through static and crosstalk, might have prepared her for it in some way. A few minutes into his Scape conversation with JBF, Dube realized that, 2 years ago, he had done his job too well. He'd gone into that meeting at Camp David with the mission of getting the president to understand the exponential breakup of the moon that was going to wipe out life on the Earth's surface. Putting on his Doc Dubois hat, he had coined the terms white sky and hard rain as easy-to-grasp handles on phenomena that, truth be told, were much more complicated. Dr. Harris was now wishing that the late Doc Dubois had never opened his big fat mouth. He was in a corner of the farm that, since the departure of New Caird, had developed into a sort of bullpen where he and Conrad and some of the other orbital mechanics geeks hung out. The farm had always operated something like a high school cafeteria, with different cliques habitually sitting in certain areas, and now those choices were hardening, becoming a part of Izzy's unwritten procedure manual. Anyway, they had printed out charts and plots representing, in more or less abstract form, everything that they knew about the ongoing development of the lunar debris cloud and what it might mean for the future of the cloud arc. The expenditure of paper and printer ink had been somewhat lavish. 2 generations from now, if any humans survived, they would look on this heap of documents with some combination of disgust and amazement, because paper was going to be scarce by then, and they would view its use for such purposes in roughly the same way as Americans of the 21st century had viewed the use of sperm whale oil to fuel street lamps. But then life would get better. Forests of genetically engineered trees would grow in vast rotating space colonies, paper would become plentiful, and these sad yellowed scraps would be displayed in a museum as evidence of the privations suffered by the Arkers. Assuming they didn't screw it up, which was really the topic of this Scape call with Julia. She was floating in her arclet. She seemed to have adjusted to 0G. She'd figured out how to pull her hair close to her head. The moon face had abated. She wasn't visibly nauseated. People were drifting to and fro in the background. The only one Dube recognized was Camilla. A couple of other kids were doing what looked like work, prodding and massaging their tablets purposefully, looking up from time to time to engage in brief conversations. A South Asian lad, an African girl, another girl who was probably Chinese. Girl, kid, lad, girl. His politically correct superego, cultivated during long years of service in academia, was trying to light up his shame neurons. Dube felt no shame. He was way past that. But he was struck by just how young the Arkies were, how different they were demographically from the general population. It gave him a vaguely troubling sense of being out of touch. It had been decades since he had been young, but he had always been one of the cool kids anyway, with a big following on Facebook and Twitter. Now he was stuck on Izzy, and Julia was stuck in an arclet. The two of them were hanging out with completely different populations. G-poppers saw each other all the time and talked face-to-face. Arkies were isolated in their arclets and had to use social media to reach out. Dube hadn't looked at his Facebook page since the white sky, and this call with Julia had been delayed for 15 minutes while he'd tried to figure out the user interface on Scape, something with which Julia was obviously familiar and comfortable. She used it all the time, and if it didn't work, one of those kids in the background would help her with it. Another straw in the wind. While Dube had been fumbling with Scape, he had overheard a brief snatch of conversation from the other end in which the South Asian kid had addressed Julia as Madam President. This seemed so odd that he was tempted to bring it up in conversation. But he knew what the answer would be. It was just a courtesy. Former presidents were always addressed thus. It didn't mean anything. Why was he making a big deal about it? He would come off as some combination of uncouth and comically hypersensitive. Dr. Harris, as you know, I'm something of a fifth wheel around here, and so I want you to know I appreciate your taking any time at all out of whatever it is you are busy with to touch base. Julia began.
Not at all, Madam Julia,
Dube said, and then because this was a video connection, resisted the urge to slap himself. She found that interesting, but decided to overlook it. "I feel like a camp counselor here," she said. "Of course, I was on top of every detail of the architect's work during the run-up, but to sit in the White House looking at PowerPoints is one thing. Actually, to be here is quite another." This was quite obviously bait. Fully aware of what a sucker he was being, Dube said,
"How so?"
"Well, of course, the range of cultural perspectives is vast," Julia said. "But modulo that, I find a lot of uncertainty, a sense that all of the Archie's talents and energies are bottled up, like so many genies just waiting for someone to rub the lantern. They all so keenly want to help."
"It is, of course, less than 2 weeks since the hard rain began,"
Dube pointed out.
"We have 5,000 or so years left to go."
"The Archie community is well aware of those numbers," Julia remarked.
The Archie community. Wow.
He had to admire the way she'd slipped that in.
"Julia, what's the purpose of this call? Am I to understand that whatever answers I give you will then be somehow disseminated to the Archie community? Because we have an email list for such purposes. An email list that includes every living human being."
"That list was most recently used 2 days ago, an eternity for bottled-up Archies."
"We have been just a tad busy with the new Caird expedition."
"There is a lot of curiosity about that in the Archie community."
"There's a lot of curiosity about it here."
"I mean about its purpose," Julia said.
"How could its purpose be any clearer?"
Dube asked.
"Anyone who made it through the screening and the training required to be an Archie,"
which doesn't include you, Julia,
"will understand exactly what we are trying to do from an orbital mechanics standpoint."
"Obtain the stupendous amount of water that will have to be expended in order to attempt the big ride gambit," Julia said. "Yes, Dr. Harris. Even I understand that."
"Gambit? Really?"
"Do representatives of the G-pop ever make much of an effort to reach out and acquaint themselves with the thoughts and perceptions of the AC?" Julia asked.
"The what?"
"The Archie community," Julia explained, with the slightest roll of her eyes.
"At any given time, about 10% of the Archies are rotating through Izzy. You know this. It is the largest number we can accommodate."
"I've talked to several who have experienced that rotation. They all report the same thing. As soon as one enters the privileged environment of Izzy, with safer conditions, more room to move about, better food, and greater exposure to senior staff, the G-pop worldview seems so sensible, which only accentuates the re-entry shock upon being deposited back into one's arclet." Dube bit his tongue. Julia continued, "What about reversing the roles a little? Sending members of the G-pop on temporary homestays in randomly selected arclets?"
"What about it?"
Dube asked.
"What purpose would it really serve?"
"From a purely technocratic standpoint, perhaps none whatsoever," Julia said, and left the rest of her thought unsaid.
"If I went on a homestay in a random arclet, what would I learn that I can't learn from Scape or Spacebook?"
"A great deal, since you don't actually use those applications," said Julia, her voice deepening in amusement.
"I'm a little busy trying to get new Caird home. Go ahead, tell me, what am I missing?"
Movement caught his eye across the table. He looked up to see Louisa shaking her head. Then Louisa clamped her face between her palms, closed her eyes for a moment, and opened them. Dube felt his face warming, and once again resisted the temptation to slap himself. "There is a lot of ferment in the AC around alternative strategies," Julia said, speaking briskly and authoritatively, as befit a woman who had just been anointed the spokesperson for said Archie community. A fascinating school of thought is developing around the idea of making a passage through clean space to Mars.
Clean space.
Oh, I forget, you haven't been following the relevant discussion groups. Clean space is just what Tav has been calling the translunar zone, relatively free of bolides.
Tav. Tavistock Browse.
Yes, you should have a look at your old friend's blog occasionally. Tav had been sent up to Izzy a month before the white sky, when someone on the ground had decided that social media was going to be the glue that would hold the cloud arc together, and that Tav was just the man for that sort of thing.
I've been busy,
Doob said.
But Tav ought to know that we have simulated and wargamed the Mars option to within an inch of its life, and it's just not a good idea.
He could see Julia formulating an objection that he didn't have the patience to listen to.
Anyone who is seriously advocating we go to Mars is...
He didn't want to say what he was thinking, which was smoking crack, and so he settled for
not taking some of the practical realities into account. One solar flare at the wrong time could kill everyone.
Only if everyone goes.
If you're talking about just sending a contingent to Mars, then you have to consider how much of our equipment and supplies they'll be allowed to take with them.
I think many talented Archies would volunteer to be part of a small, lean advance party. The lure of clean space is strong.
Well, we are not in what I guess Tav considers clean space,
Doob said.
We are in dirty space, and we have to focus on that reality, rather than wool-gathering about trips to the Red Planet.
You needn't remind me, Julia began.
Yes. You saw your friend and colleague Pete Starling get chowdered by a bolide. I did actually see your Spacebook post about that, Julia. It was most affecting. I sense a but coming, however.
As the days go by without a serious incident, people begin to wonder how dirty space really is. Interest grows in the dump-and-run option. The white sky now feels like ancient history. The hard rain is upon us. Every day brings a course correction or two to avoid a major bolide, and a litany of minor events, but the death toll stands at
18, as of 10 minutes ago,
Doob said.
We just lost Arclet 52. See, I am keeping my ear to the ground.
I am sorry to hear that, Julia said, and I'll bet the rest of the AC will feel the same way, once that news has been distributed to them.
It's on a fucking spreadsheet, Julia. All you have to do is look at it. We don't distribute news. This is not the White House.
But in many respects it behaves like the White House, Julia said. An orbiting White House unfettered by constitutional checks and balances. But at least the White House had a briefing room, a way of reaching out. I would be happy to—
Why are you even talking to me about this?
Doob asked.
I'm a fucking astronomer.
Then a thought.
How many conversations like this one have you been having with other members of the G-pop?
He'd been assuming that Julia had singled him out as special. But for all he knew, she had a call list as long as her arm, organized by those assiduous youngsters in the background.
Ivy is temporarily in charge.
I am familiar with the chain of command that has been improvised, Julia returned. To answer your question, Dr. Harris, I am talking to you precisely because you are an astronomer and well-positioned to answer the questions and concerns among the AC about the exact nature of the dirty space threat. This news from Arclet 52 is going to raise questions about the effectiveness of Ivy's current strategy.
It is a statistical problem,
Doob said.
On about A plus 0.7, it stopped being a Newtonian mechanics problem and turned into statistics. It has been statistics ever since. And it all boils down to the distribution of bolide sizes. and of the orbits in which they are moving, and how those distributions are changing over time, which we can only know from observation and extrapolation. And you know what, Julia? Even if we had perfect knowledge of every single one of those statistical parameters, we still wouldn't be able to predict the future, because we have an N of 1. Only one cloud arc, only one Izzy to work with. We can't run this experiment 1,000 times to see the range of different outcomes. We can only run it once. The human mind has trouble with situations like that. We see patterns where they don't exist. We find meaning in randomness. A minute ago you were casting doubt on whether dirty space was really that dirty at all, obviously arguing in favor of dump and run. Then I told you about what just happened to Arclet 52, and now you're swinging around to the other point of view. You are not helping, Julia. You are not helping.
Julia did not look to be accepting Dube's remarks in the spirit intended. Instead, she squinted through the screen at him and shook her head slightly. I don't understand the intensity of your reaction, Dr. Harris.
This conversation is over,
Dube said, and hung up on her. He then fought off a temptation to slam the tablet down on the table. Instead, he sat back in his chair and looked Louisa in the eye for the first time in a while. On one level, he'd wanted to watch her face the whole time, but Julia would have noticed that, would have figured out that someone else was in the room, silently listening, just as someone had probably been doing at Julia's end. Louisa just sat there, in her listening shrink mode.
It would be easier,
Dube said,
if I could figure out what the hell she wanted.
You're assuming, Louisa said, that she has a plan. I doubt that she does. She is driven to seek power. She finds some way to do that and then backfills a rationalization for it afterward. Dube pulled his tablet closer and started trying to find Tav's blog.
To what extent do you imagine she really is reporting facts about the AC, as opposed to creating the reality she describes?
Dube asked. What's the difference? Louisa asked. Dinah looked up and saw that the earth was the size of a grapefruit. She took a nap, ate some food, and buckled down to work again, then looked up to see that it was the size of a basketball. Still not that big, and yet such was their speed that it was only an hour away. They had a final briefing session in Ymir's common room, which had become a makeshift bridge for this ungainly ship. Dinah had scrounged 3 flat-panel monitors from various parts of the command module and zip-tied them to the common room table. These were covered with overlapping windows of various sizes. Some were terminal windows showing log entries or editors showing code, but most were video feeds showing different robots' points of view on the mining operation. Only one of them looked outward. She'd positioned a redundant SciWi on the stern, toward the nadir, and aimed its camera at Earth. Other than that, her only situational awareness would come from a celestial navigation program that would display, in a small window, a 3-dimensional rendering of the Earth with Ymir's trajectory superimposed on it as a geometric curve. Along the bottom of that window was a series of graphs plotting velocity and altitude versus time. Their velocity at the moment was some 6,000 meters per second, up from 4,000 just a couple of hours ago. Within the next hour, it would double if they took no action, then begin to drop again as they left perigee behind and coasted away into space. That velocity would take them all the way back out to L1 again, unless Jiro succeeded at his task, which was to slow them down. He had satisfied himself with but a single flat-panel screen, which he'd set up directly across the table from Dinah's triptych. From here, he would be managing the reactor. He had already begun to pull some of the control blades, just to get a sense of how quickly it would come to full power when he did it for real. A miscalculation on that front had led to the fuel rod breach that had indirectly killed Sean, and Jiro didn't want any surprises this time around. Some minutes before perigee, if Marcus felt that things were otherwise going to plan, Jiro would issue commands that would bring the reactor up to its full thermal power output of about 4 gigawatts. Ice would melt to superheated water, and steam would howl through the inconel throat of the nozzle, expanding and cooling in the bell until it turned into a hypersonic blizzard, a white lance of cold fire pushing against the great ship's movement, slowing her down. Not so much as to let her fall into the atmosphere and die, but enough to reduce her orbit to something more like Izzy's. Ymir would experience acceleration, which would feel to its inhabitants like gravity. All the stuff that was now floating around loose aboard Ymir and New Caird would fall down. Dinah and Jiro would drop into the chairs that they'd positioned in front of their monitors. So would Marcus, for he had built his own nest of tablets and monitors at the head of the table, mostly occupied with navigational data. Up in New Caird, Slava would find himself pressed into his acceleration couch at an awkward sideways angle. The G-forces would be modest enough. Even a 4-gigawatt nuclear propulsion system could only exert so much force against the momentum of such a large chunk of ice. If their weight remained steady over time, it was a sign that things were going well. If it increased, it probably meant that they were going to die. For the only thing that could slow them down and increase their perceived weight beyond a certain level was contact with the atmosphere. The more they slowed down, the lower they dropped. The lower they dropped, the thicker the air got. The thicker the air got, the more force it exerted on the ship. They would read this as a sense of increased weight. It was an exponential spiral that, beyond a certain point, would lead to the inevitable destruction of Ymir, New Caird, and everyone on board. The only real question would be the manner of their death. In a smaller, lighter craft, they might be burned alive. Here, being surrounded by ice, it was more likely that they would lose consciousness from the G-forces first, a relatively painless way to go. Dubois Harris and Conrad Barth, gazing down on them from a few hundred kilometers above, would see them go out as a blue streak over the southern hemisphere, and would give the news to Ivy so that she could issue a statement to the Cloud Ark that, if Dinah was any judge of her friend, she had already written, just in case she needed it. It was strange to be so close to them in distance, but so far away in the non-intuitive space of Delta V's. Bandwidth between New Caird and Izzy was excellent now, and Dinah had to make a conscious effort not to get distracted by the availability of text messaging and even Spacebook. "See you in a few, XOXO," Ivy had texted her, and Dinah had sent back something in the same vein, then closed the window. Vyacheslav was donning one of the blue thermal garments worn beneath spacesuits. This, she knew, was just a precaution, in case he had to go outside, on short notice for some reason. Slava had stationed his spacesuit in New Caird's airlock so that he could exit to the outside of the shard if needed, and Dinah had pre-positioned 2 grabs there to help him get around. Marcus could be pretty unceremonious about things, which was just his leadership style. His way of implicitly telling people he expected them to do their bloody jobs without pep talks beforehand or congratulations afterward. It didn't work for everyone. Some people liked ceremony. But he hadn't invited any of those along on this expedition, so there was no particular moment when it all started. They just kept getting closer to the Earth. Slava darted up the companionway to the top of the command module, and a minute later announced that he was positioned before the controls of New Caird. Jiro called out milestones in the startup of the reactor, occasionally proffering hints as to how the figures should be understood. "That is a little faster than I expected. Settling down now? This is according to plan. Ready to proceed on your command," and so on. Marcus's participation consisted largely of chewing his thumbnail while staring fixedly at his screen. From time to time he would reach out and type something, or swipe and tap on his tablet. Dinah's work was almost entirely abstract, several layers removed from what obviously mattered. She tried to focus on it and to ignore the sounds of 1,000 loose objects settling to the floor of Ymir as gravity came on, due to a combination of Ymir's increasing thrust and the steady buildup of atmospheric pushback.
Now,
Marcus said. Acknowledged, Jiro responded. Control blades are responding to program, and we have criticality. 4 gigawatts of thermal power, enough to supply Las Vegas, came online in the next few seconds. Dinah felt it as a massive increase in weight, and heard it as a cacophony of creaks, groans, and crashing noises as the command module and the ice surrounding it came under structural load. She saw it on her screens as sudden and frantic change in windows that had remained frustratingly static for the last hours. The ice hoppers, which had been brimful for weeks, began to empty at a shocking pace as the augers spun. A couple of her point-of-view robots fell or skidded from their points of anchorage, events that showed up as sudden and unhelpful shifts in camera angle. She hit go on a program that tasked every robot in the shard to deliver more ice into the hoppers as fast as possible, and tried to keep one eye on that while monitoring the structural integrity of the shard as a whole. In the traditional scheme of things, miners had done all their work under gravity, so structural mistakes had manifested themselves soon, and dramatically, as cave-ins. Ymir was a mine that had been slowly delved under 0G and only subjected to gravity for short periods when the engine came on, and so there was a certain nervous feeling of not knowing whether it might all collapse. So far, it looked fine.
"We are losing velocity nicely,"
Marcus muttered through what was left of his thumbnail, and Dinah permitted herself a glance at the graphs to verify that this was so. Time had gone by faster than she had known. They were just minutes away from perigee. Nicely, in Marcus's phrasing, meant enough to make a difference, but not so much as to kill us. Then Marcus said,
"Slava, a 3-second burn, please."
"Da,"
answered the Russian. Then a few seconds later he said,
"It is beginning."
They wouldn't have known Slava was doing anything save for an external camera that Dinah had positioned on the surface of the shard at some distance from New Caird, looking back at it. This showed a ghostly blue flare emerging from the small ship's nozzle bell, shoving Ymir's nose down and swinging its stern up slightly. Ymir shuddered faintly. Dinah didn't know what to make of it. She feared it might be a cave-in until she identified it as a sensation she had never expected to feel again: atmospheric buffeting. She had not been this close to the surface of the Earth since she'd been launched into orbit almost a year before zero. And if the next few minutes went well, she'd never be this close again. The shuddering didn't last. The graphs on her screen had all picked up little wiggles that were steadily receding into the past.
"We skipped," Marcus said. "I think we will do it at least one more time."
"Augers 4 and 11 are down," Jiro announced. "I will try reversing them to clear the jam." This brought Dinah's attention back. At a glance, she checked all of the levels in the hoppers and saw them dropping quickly, as expected, despite the robot's efforts to replenish them. The 2 that Jiro had identified were overfull, since there was no way to get the ice out of them. Dinah activated a sub-program that would put some grabs to work transferring surplus ice from hoppers 4 and 11 to nearby ones that could use it.
"The Caird burn worked," Marcus said, "but it gave us a little too much rotation. I am counteracting using thrusters. And this will take a little while."
He entered some commands that, presumably, turned on those of Ymir's attitude thrusters that pushed in the opposite direction from New Caird's big engine.
"By the way, We just passed through perigee. I hope.
Dinah glanced at the plots and saw that they had indeed passed the midway point of the maneuver. Somewhat paradoxically, though, their altitude was dropping, headed for their second, and hopefully their last, skip off the atmosphere. "We're on some weird new course now," she said.
"It is true," Marcus said. "If we survive the next few minutes, we can fix it later."
"Auger 11 works again," Jiro reported,
"but 2 and 3 are down. We may have a critical propellant shortage." "Damned thrusters are not powerful enough. We have overcorrected," Marcus said, "and now we are coming in for another skip. We are flying not only backward but upside down."
So the burn from New Caird's engine had done its job. It had depressed the ship's nose, which was pointed backward, and prevented the stern, currently pointed forward, from digging in. They'd grazed the atmosphere with the Shard's broadside and gotten a nice skip out of it, a bounce that might have saved their lives. But once the Shard began to rotate, it was difficult to make it stop, and now it had gone too far. The nose was pointed too steeply downward. The nozzle bell was aimed up toward space. "So we're thrusting down toward the planet now?" Dinah asked.
"Not enough to hurt us. Maintain thrust,"
Marcus ordered. "I am running out of ice," Jiro said, and glanced over his monitor at Dinah. Dinah had already warned them that supplying enough propellant to do all of this in one huge burn would be a close-run thing, assuming everything went perfectly. Everything hadn't. She met Jiro's eyes, shook her head, and went back to work.
"Get ready to shut it down, Jiro," Marcus said. "We are descending into thick air, and I don't know what is going to happen."
Their inner ears told them that something was happening. The powerful thrust was still driving them into their seats, but some force had taken Ymir by the nose and was torquing it around.
"We hit nose first," Marcus said, "and we are spinning back. Main engine shut down in 3, 2, 1, now."
A nuclear steam engine didn't shut off quickly. The thrust faltered and tapered off in response to whatever commands Jiro had entered. It was the better part of a minute, though, before they were back in zero gravity, meaning in a free orbit with no thrust pushing them around.
"I'll give you our new orbital parameters in a minute," Marcus said. "It is complicated because we are tumbling."
In the sudden silence that followed the engine's shut-off, Dinah could hear a distant, tinny shouting. She realized it was an audio channel from Izzy, coming from a pair of headphones she'd ripped off her head during the maneuver. It was the sound of people in the tank. When she pulled the phones back onto her head, she could tell that they were celebrating.
"That was a big-ass Delta V you guys just ripped off,"
Dube said when he heard Dinah's voice on the other end of the link.
"You deserve congratulations."
Dinah's response, after a few seconds' delay, was guarded. But not big-ass enough? It was strange hearing the voice of one you knew well, modulated through this old-school audio tech. Like hearing Dinah doing a Buzz Aldrin impression at a party. The emotional nuance came through more clearly than the actual words.
"Conrad is still calculating your params,"
Dube said.
"But just on visual inspection, we can see how much you slowed down. Fantastic."
"Sounds like we'll be needing another pass then," she said, meaning that they would have to wait for Ymir to loop once more around the Earth and do another burn at her next perigee in order to slow down enough to rendezvous with Izzy.
"This time you can work with a higher perigee,"
he pointed out.
"So you don't have to fly that damn piece of ice through the pea soup again."
"Flying this damn piece of ice kind of stresses me out," Dinah allowed.
"The glass is half full, baby," Dube said. "The glass is half full. You lit that candle. It worked. You bounced off the atmosphere. You're a hell of a lot closer to us. Conrad is saying your apogee is definitely sublunar."
meaning that Ymir would turn around and start falling back toward Earth before reaching the orbit of the former moon.
"This is huge,"
he added.
"It is going to change the picture politically."
After a lengthy pause, Dinah asked, "Politically?" as if she couldn't quite believe what she had heard.
"I'm aware of the fact that Ivy has turned a deaf ear to all of your ideas,"
Julia began, just as soon as Spencer had typed in the commands that disconnected Arclet 453 from the Situational Awareness Network. "I presume she also went out of her way to place obstacles in the path of your coming here for this meeting." The Martians, Dr. Catherine Quine, Ravi Kumar, and Li Jianyu looked somewhat nonplussed. It was always difficult to travel between Arclets. The waiting time for non-urgent flivver trips was about 2 days, and emergencies could rearrange the queue at the last minute. As a member of the general population, Dr. Quine had the most Olympian perspective on this. She was an urgent care doctor, frequently called upon to make excursions to Arclets. She was about 10 years older than Kumar and Janyu, who were Archies chosen in the casting of lots from India and China, respectively. Those two had ended up together in Arclet 303, which had turned out to be a hotbed of Martian agitation. It was part of a triad with a total population of 18, half of whom currently had the flu, and so Catherine Quine had had a legitimate excuse to go there. She'd made the most of the opportunity by scooping up Ravi and Janyu and coming here with them. Of the people in this conversation, she was probably the least inclined to see dark deeds by Ivy in the slowness of inter-Arclet transport. It was a different story with Ravi and with Janyu, who, for a number of reasons, were receptive to Julia's suggestions on that front. In another time and place, Dr. Quine might have quibbled, but time was short, and trying to raise Julia's opinion of the Cloud Ark's current management did not seem like an efficient way to use it. So she let it go. And by the time she had processed all of that, Julia had moved on anyway. "Given that, I'm all the more appreciative that you made the arduous and risky journey to meet with me in person," Julia said. "It is my firm conviction that centuries from now, young Martians sitting in classrooms on the Red Planet will read in their history books, or whatever they have in place of books, about this meeting and what came of it." Ravi Kumar raised an index finger. "Instead of educating the young in classrooms," he said, "why not do away altogether with the traditional structure of mass education and take a personalized, individualized approach? There's no reason to repeat Earth's mistakes on Mars." "I could not agree with you more," Julia said, "and these sorts of fresh ideas only make me more eager to find a way of getting as many people there as soon as possible. How do we get started? What would be entailed in sending a forward advance party to Mars?" For the second time in as many minutes, Dr. Quine looked a bit unsettled. She glanced around Arclet 453. This was the central, common space Arclet of the heptad that included numbers 174, the abode of Julia and Camilla, and 215, that of Spencer Grindstaff. Or at least, that was what it said on the official records. Some reshuffling had occurred. All the men and women who lived in those two Arclets now seemed to conceive of themselves as members of JBF's personal staff. They had taken over 453 and turned it into a sort of West Wing. Catherine Quine said, "Presuming we had authorization to send such a mission—" "Let me just cut you off there if you would indulge me, Dr. Quine. What you just raised is a matter of politics. I consider that to be my superpower, and I would like to place it at the disposal of you and the other members of the Martian community. The ones you already know of, the ones who sympathize with you in secret, and others who may sign on once it becomes clear to them what a fundamentally sensible idea the Mars trip really is. So I would propose that we assume, for purposes of this little chat, that authorization is not a problem. I would like to see you three using your own superpower of designing this mission in a way that makes sense, without letting the political dimension interfere at all. Once we have designed a coherent plan, we can then move on to questions of implementation. In a perfect scenario, we would dump the rock and simply take everything, all at once, Jianyu said. It was the first time he had spoken, but he seemed to have been emboldened by Julia's talk of superpowers. There are powerful forces that would have to be convinced before such a thing could happen, Julia said. Let's think in terms of an advance party. Lean, efficient, smart, but big enough to get the job done. That means landing on Mars and reporting back to the remainder of the Cloud Ark.
We've been talking about such a mission. We think we could do it with a bolo consisting of a heptad and a triad, Catherine said.
10 arklets, Julia said. That doesn't seem all that many, does it? During the initial Delta V, Ravi Kumar said, the arklets would be stacked. Once they were on course for Mars, they would form a bolo, so that the members of the expedition could experience Earth normal gravity during the 6-month journey. Jianyu added, propulsion and other components could come from the MIV kit. Most of the design work has already been done for us.
Catherine said, aerobraking would be needed at the end to slow it down. Before that, the bolo could be reeled in, the arklets could restack into a unified ship, and there would be time to survey the surface from orbit and decide on a landing place.
Julia nodded. And if I may put a hard question to you all, what would be the survival time of this isolated colony once it had landed? How long before it ran out of provisions? This caused the 3 Martians to clam up and look at one another. I only ask, Julia said, because politics, my department, once again rears its ugly head here. Once your heroics have been accomplished, the burden falls to me to seal the deal, as it were. The advance party lands and sends back its joyous message. A ticking clock element enters the picture, which I do not mean in a negative way. This can be a powerful incentive to mobilize people's energies, as we saw in the case of the build-up to the hard rain. It is at that point when I can address the people of the Cloud Ark and say, here is the opportunity. Will we seize it? Or will we shrink away from it and let these brave people slowly expire? That is a speech that I think I could deliver to great effect. I just need to have some sense of the time element.
A year for sure, Catherine said. Beyond that, it becomes a medical question. A statistical question.
Statistics, Julia repeated and sighed. I have been hearing a lot about that from Dr. Harris. So you're telling me we've lost track of who is even in JBF's heptad? Ivy asked. There was silence around the big table in the banana. Ivy had begun to hold important meetings in this old familiar space, closer to the central axis of the stack, and farther forward in Amalthea's cone of shelter. It wouldn't do to have the Cloud Ark's command structure decapitated by a single unlucky bolide strike. A disaster much more likely to happen whenever they met in the big T3 spaces like the tank and the farm. Present for this meeting were Dub, Louisa, Fyodor, and 3 hand-picked members of Marcus's staff who had become a sort of executive troika. Sal Gwodian, the one-man judicial system, Tekla, the head of security, and Steve Lake, the dreadlocked ginger who was responsible for network and computer matters. The default system for keeping track of who is where, Sal began, is based on the assumption that people will actually cooperate with it. Ivy held up a hand. Stop. Before you go into explanations, I need a yes or no.
Yes, Steve Lake said. We have lost track of who is in JBF's heptad.
Thank you, Ivy said. And somehow the sun isn't helping us fill in the gaps? Steve said, one of the people who is definitely in that heptad is Spencer Grindstaff. Ivy nodded.
Sal said, "Steve, when Marcus pulled you into his office just before the white sky and put you in charge of the network, replacing Spencer, you made some remark to the effect that Spencer might know of back doors into Izzy's systems. Back doors that would be impossible for you to know about until he used them." "Yeah," Steve said. "Almost by definition, we can't find something like that until it's used, not without manually reading through every line of code."
"You think he has a back door into the SAN?"
"We know he's doing something," Steve said, "because as soon as he turned up there, the arklets in JBF's heptad began dropping off the network from time to time. Whenever she's having a meeting she doesn't want us to know about, he turns everything off." Ivy considered this for a moment, then looked across the table at Tekla and nodded. Tekla rose, carefully, for the gravity was quite weak here, and went to the door. She opened it to reveal Zeke Peterson waiting outside and waved him in.
"Thanks for joining us,"
Ivy said, breaking a silence during which Zeke took a seat at the foot of the table. Ivy was at the head of it. She was looking up a long ski jump ramp at him, and he was doing likewise at her.
"Just like old times, Commander Shao,"
Zeke said.
"Well, I appreciate your loyalty," Ivy said. "I know this must be awkward for you." "Not at all, actually,"
Zeke said.
"The announcement that Marcus made, when he called it, at the onset of the hard rain, declaring all existing nations to be dissolved, I took that to heart. Julia didn't hear that announcement. She didn't get the memo."
"We've been hearing a little about Spencer's ability to disconnect from SAN." Zeke nodded.
"Confirmed. I was there for one such incident. We had a very strange conversation. I think they were testing the waters to see whether I might be recruited. She spoke to me as if I were already on her side, as if it were unthinkable that I wouldn't be. It's a pretty good persuasive technique. She had me going for a little bit. But once I got out of there and slept on it, I saw how crazy it was."
"Did you have the sense that this was a one-off, or was she working her way down a list of possible recruits?"
"If I had to guess, I'd say there was a list,"
Zeke said.
"but not a long list."
Ivy nodded. She didn't have to spell it out. JBF might have recruited some others they didn't know about yet.
"It tallies with what I saw,"
Dube said, and glanced at Louisa for a confirming nod.
"I think she is just being opportunistic. She reaches out to people, draws them into conversations, drops hints, probes for vulnerabilities."
"Is she nuts?" Ivy asked Louisa. "In a sense, it doesn't matter," Louisa said. "If she's making trouble, she's making trouble. Tracing it to a diagnosable psychiatric condition doesn't really change anything."
"It might change the approach that we take."
"She was narcissistic to begin with," Louisa said. "This isn't a formal diagnosis, mind you. But according to what we heard from you and Dinah, her trip up to Izzy was pretty traumatic. She lost her husband and her child, and blood was spilled along the way. It doesn't take a trained professional to guess that she is suffering from some level of PTSD. Connected with that, we might expect her to have a dark, paranoid vision of the world. But she may have been that way to begin with."
"She's cagey," Ivy said. "As long as all she's doing is talking to people, there's not much I can or should do."
"Agreed," Louisa said. "She is building a political base among the Archies. If you take some action against her, with your sole pretext being that she's talking to a lot of people, then you've given her just what she wants. But some outreach on your part to the Archies might be a good idea." Ivy sighed.
"The only answer to politics is more politics," she said, "and that's where I'm most useless." "Deeds, not words,"
Zeke said.
"That's what really matters. And when Emir pulls in, you and Marcus will have accomplished something that's going to make JBF and her clique look puny."
"I may be out of my depth here," Julia said after a long and thoughtful pause.
But we seem to have a striking coincidence that is staring us right in the face.
Go on, Madam President,
Camilla urged her.
It might be obvious to you, but I, for one, cannot see it.
Julia looked at Catherine Quine. As I understand it, the key elements of the proposed Mars ship are heptad, for the humans to live in during the voyage, and a triad, for bulk storage of propellants and whatnot. And this matches up quite neatly with our strengths. She managed a self-deprecating chuckle. I say our. What do I mean by that? I suppose I am going out on a limb by imagining that there might be some sort of a natural alliance between the Archie community and the Martians, a sort of ragtag rebel coalition, if you will. Here in this heptad, we have rapidly assembled a social hub for advocacy of concerns relevant to the AC. In a sense, we have our own heptad now. And in a like sense, you, Ravi, and Jianyu have developed your triad into an intense focus of Martian advocacy. You have your own triad. So the two largest components of the Mars expedition have already been acquired. They just need to be put together. Ravi was nodding. 2 of the engineers on the MIV team are keen on it. They helped build New Caird and are eager to tackle a new problem. Of the 2, one might even come with us. Paul Friel. He has been a strong advocate of Mars colonization since long before Zero. Catherine had been listening intently and now broke in.
I don't mean to sound a skeptical note, Madam President. But in what sense do you really have this heptad? Or do our friends here have the triad where they live? It might be true in the sense of having majority rule, but
what does ownership really mean in this context? Yes, it is a very profound question, Dr. Quine, and I'm glad you raised it. So many things we took for granted before, such as property rights and individual liberty, are clouded by Marcus's declaration of PSAPs, or martial law, if we want to call a spade. But as a first step toward answering your question, I would suggest that the ability to come and go at will is inextricable from ownership. That's what it would really mean to have an arklet, or a triad, or a heptad.
Well, in that sense, we're really all subject to the collective dictates of the swarm, Catherine said. Perambulator is what decides where we go when.
It truly is one of the most insidious instruments of social control ever devised, Julia said. Catherine looked mildly aghast.
But without it, we have a disaster.
That is what makes it so insidious, Julia said. One can always justify it by making the safety argument. We will all be slaves of Perambulator until and unless someone decides that some things are more important. Jianyu was looking alert and curious.
If someone did decide that, he said, it would change nothing unless the arklet in question was switched over to manual control.
It's my understanding that this can be done at any time, Julia said. Was I misinformed?
No, Jianyu answered, but it would show up very prominently on Perambulator. It would set off alarms all over the situational awareness network.
In that case, Julia said, we shall have to deal with the SAN when and if the time comes to take decisive action. Ivy's grandmother, a Guangzhou-born, Hong Kong-raised woman who spoke only a few words of English, had ruled the family from a mother-in-law apartment over a garage in Reseda. Enthroned on a duct-taped lazy-boy and swaddled in crocheted afghans, she had handed down a series of diktats, pronunciamentos, and fatwas that had taken on the force of law within her family of 36 direct descendants and in-laws scattered across the San Fernando Valley. While not indifferent to money, love, security, and other common psychological drives, she seemed to have been motivated by another need that was obscure and hence mysterious to most of those who paid fealty to her. Anglos might have orientalized this as face or Confucian respect for one's elders. Ivy came to understand it as a simple need for attention. Anyone who entered or left the house had to check in with grandmother, and it was not enough just to poke one's head in the door and say hello or goodbye. One had to sit down in the rattan side chair next to the lazy boy and spend a few minutes and say a few words. Grandmother had no power to enforce this regulation other than finding arcane and baroque ways to wreak long-term revenge on those who flouted it. Julia Bliss Flaherty, as Ivy now realized, was of the same stripe. Pinned down and obliged to justify herself, she would explain her actions in terms of some altruistic plan, and she might even believe it. But it wasn't that at all. She was like Ivy's grandmother. If you paid fealty to her, she would favor you, and your reputation and power would grow among all the others who did likewise. If you sent her off to an arklet and ignored her, you became an enemy of her and of her network. She wielded no power other than that. But ignored long enough, she could become a mighty foe. Her status as an ex-president, and not just any old ex-president, but the one who had overseen the construction of the Cloud Ark and even used nuclear weapons to protect it, gave her credibility among the Arkies. It had become common to think of those as scattered and demoralized, just waiting for a leader to bring them identity and purpose. Ivy had lost track of whether that was an accurate perception or a self-perpetuating myth spread by JBF. In any case, it had taken on the force of reality. She was sitting across the table from Tekla, wondering whether it would be productive to explain all of these thoughts to her. Would this Russian heptathlete care about or understand Ivy's dead Cantonese grandmother in Reseda? Maybe. But Tekla came from a tradition in which details were hoarded and dispensed on a need-to-know basis. Presented with too much information, she became baffled, bored, and finally irritated. Toward those who talked too freely, she felt the same sort of contempt as a businessman might feel toward a spendthrift. She just wanted to know what her job was. The same quality made it difficult to get inside Tekla's head. But that was okay. In a big organization with a military-style chain of command, you didn't have to be everyone's friend and treasured colleague. Marcus understood as much, which was why he had ended up running the place. More Ivy speed had been the boutique operation that had been Izzy at zero. Marcus would have been terrible at that.
"This thing with Julia is a distraction. Nothing more," Ivy said. "Much more important things demand my focus. Making a big deal out of it will backfire, give her more power than she deserves. But we can't ignore what she is doing."
Tekla was nodding.
"Good. I want you to go and visit her heptad," Ivy continued. "You will go there in your capacity as Marcus's security chief. Do you understand? It is an official visit. You will explain that there have been problems with the situational awareness network that could have dangerous consequences unless they are fixed. Beyond that, I just want you to listen to her, because I think that she will try to bring you over to her side. It's what she does with everyone. You would be a prize catch."
"If she does as you predict," Tekla said, "what should be my response?"
It was a measure of Ivy's naivete that she didn't even follow Tekla's question at first. Then she understood that Tekla was suggesting she might pretend to become one of Julia's followers. She was volunteering to become a mole in Julia's network. Tekla stolidly watched Ivy's face as Ivy figured it out.
"I would suggest taking no immediate action," Ivy said, which, in truth, was Ivy being not so much cagey as timid.
"Of course," Tekla said. "To show eagerness is poor tactics. It will only arouse her suspicion."
Ivy said nothing. Tekla explained,
"I know many people with such minds."
"And you obviously don't, honey." My suggestion is that you report to me in person first, and then we will come to a decision.
We?
I will come to a decision.
It is good that we meet here, in the banana,
Tekla said. You like it? Tekla looked nonplussed.
It is not that I like it. The banana is more secure.
From bolides, you mean? Tekla shook her head.
From grindstaff.
Then she stood up, carefully so as not to fly up and bang her head on the ceiling, and departed, leaving Ivy alone with a head full of questions. Had she really just embarked on the project of setting up an internal espionage network within the Cloud Ark? How was she going to explain that to Marcus? Would he be horrified or impressed? In either case, how would she feel about his reaction? When the hell was Dinah going to get back so that they could discuss this kind of thing over distilled spirits? And what had Tekla meant by that last comment, that the banana was more secure from grindstaff? It was old, pre-zero, and so its connection to the SAN was retrofitted and kludgy. Tekla seemed to be suggesting that if Spencer could hack the SAN to the extent of disconnecting Julia's arklets from it, then maybe he could also hack it to the extent of placing other parts of the Cloud Ark, including the farm, the tank, and Marcus's office, under surveillance.
I know many people with such minds,
Tekla had said. She was talking about Russian military and intelligence types, accustomed to the Byzantine thoughtways of those professions. Perhaps Tekla herself had once been groomed as an intelligence asset. If Tekla really did become a mole in Julia's network, then how could Ivy be sure that she was a straight-up mole, loyal to Ivy, and not a double agent, loyal to Julia? The scrape with the atmosphere had left Ymir tumbling slowly as it hurtled away from the Earth on its new orbit. Calculating exactly what that orbit was took them 15 or 20 minutes, and told them that they had fewer than 4 hours in which to take actions needed to save their lives. If all had gone perfectly, the nuclear burn would have slowed Ymir down to the point where a rendezvous with Izzy could then have been achieved with a few small additional delta Vs. They had hoped this might happen, but not seriously expected it. The best they could really hope for was to shed some velocity and reduce the height of their apogee. That figure, the distance separating the Earth and the ship at the top of her orbit, was directly related to how much velocity she had at the bottom. Because Ymir had fallen in from an extremely high apogee, far beyond the moon's former orbit, she'd come in screaming hot for her skip off the atmosphere. Every bit of velocity that was killed by the huge nuclear retro-rocket burn, or by friction with the air, translated into a lower altitude at the succeeding apogee, which, depending on how the numbers had worked out, would occur weeks, days, or hours later. The answer, once they had run the numbers, turned out to be hours. In one sense, Ymir had missed her target by a mile. The total delta V she had achieved had been less than a third of what they'd hoped for, and yet this had been enough to bring her apogee down from far beyond the moon's orbit to a figure only about thrice the altitude at which Izzy circled the Earth. Likewise, the period, the amount of time it took to complete an orbit, had dropped from 75 days to a mere 8 hours. The lesson being that huge alterations in those figures could be purchased for comparatively small amounts of delta V. Bringing Ymir the rest of the way down to Izzy's orbit, on the other hand, would require twice as much delta V as they'd run out of the burn just completed. Long before worrying about that, however, they would have to survive the next 8 hours. Ymir's apogee might have been radically altered, but her perigee altitude was unchanged, meaning that it was still dangerously low. If they took no action, the next go-round would therefore bring them roaring and bouncing across the top of the atmosphere again. On one level, raising the perigee a bit, so that they'd never have to worry about the atmosphere again, was an easy task. They could do it with a small but precisely calibrated burn at apogee. In a normal space mission, such a thing would have been straightforward. Here it was complicated by two factors. First of all, their success in lowering the apogee and shortening the period had imposed a tight deadline, 4 hours after perigee, when that burn needed to occur. The second complication was the ship's slow tumble. This meant that their nuclear rocket engine was never pointed in the right direction, save by lucky accident. During the big burn at perigee, they had wanted the nozzle pointed forward, so that it could serve as a huge retro rocket. The upcoming burn at apogee was intended to speed her up a bit, and so they needed the nozzle pointed aft. But as long as she tumbled, it was aimed in no particular direction. So their task now was to stabilize Ymir's attitude by using her thrusters to push back against the unwanted rotation. And, as they had discovered the first time they'd tried it, her thrusters were small and weak compared to the momentum of the big ice shard. In aerospace lingo, they lacked control authority. Ymir was like a truck skidding on a patch of oil, responding only faintly to the steering wheel. That problem had been alleviated somewhat by the large expenditure of mass during the burn. Many tons of ice had been hurled out the nozzle in the form of steam. Ymir was lighter and more wieldy as a result. Calculating exactly how much more wieldy she was, and what it meant for the thruster's control authority was, in itself, a significant task that consumed another half an hour, just for a rough estimate. The result was not encouraging. In the 3 hours remaining, there was simply no way that Ymir's attitude control thrusters, designed for tiny adjustments over long spans of time, could neutralize her tumble. The tumble wasn't especially fast. The crew in the command module could barely sense that they were rotating. But it was enough to make the next rocket burn impossible. And if they couldn't make that burn in 3 hours, they'd scrape the atmosphere again in an additional 4, and again 8 hours after that. They might survive one more ride like the first one, but they couldn't survive 2. Once all of this had become clear to Marcus, he had divided the crew in half, leaving Dinah and Jiro in the command module's common room to look after the propulsion system, and going above with Vyacheslav to consider the problem of attitude control. Dinah's task was, comparatively speaking, routine. During the perigee burn, they had expended most of the ice stored in the hoppers. Some of the augers had jammed, and the whole ice mining operation had been thrown into general disarray as she had improvised solutions to problems that came at her from every direction. Robots were in the wrong places, some hoppers were overfull, while others were empty. New ice needed to be mined, and old ice needed to be rearranged. Fixing all of that in time for another burn in 3 hours was not an insuperable task, but it would require her full attention. Likewise, Jiro had a few reactor issues to think about. Both of them would have to toil diligently between now and the apogee burn in order to be ready. Assuming, that is, that the other half of the crew had, in the meantime, figured out a way to get Ymir aimed in the right direction. Marcus had moved that job to another part of the ship where it wouldn't pose a distraction to the propulsion crew. Or such was his intent. But in moments when Dinah lost focus briefly, while compiling some code or foraging for a snack, she found herself wondering what they were doing up there. By process of elimination, it had to be something involving New Caird. They'd already demonstrated that Ymir's thrusters weren't up to the task. Only New Caird's main engine had enough thrust to make a difference. The problem was that it was pointed in one fixed direction, which didn't happen to be the one in which they actually needed to push. Following that chain of reasoning to its logical conclusion made her nervous, to the point where she was almost more distracted than she would have been had Marcus and Slava been working in the same room with her. She held her curiosity and her trepidation at bay until she was certain that the engine would have enough ice to achieve the apogee burn. her work was finished. Half an hour remained. Jiro seemed to have his side of it under control. A sharp thud, resounding through the walls of the command module, gave her an excuse to pull up some video and to eavesdrop on the audio channel that Marcus and Slava were using. Robots, salted all over Ymir's exterior, gave her eyes that she could turn in any direction. Even so, it took her a few minutes to obtain a picture of what was going on. New Caird had undocked from Ymir and was nowhere to be seen. Presumably, Marcus was at her controls. A man in a spacesuit was visible on the outside of Ymir, walking toward the stern by using a pair of grabs as mobile anchor points. This had to be Vyacheslav. His feet had sprouted thick white whiskers. It took Dinah a few moments to make sense of the image. He had zip-tied each foot to the back of a grab, and the whiskers were the protruding ends of the zip ties. It was the kind of improvisation that would have made old-school NASA engineers turn over in their graves, had the hard rain not eliminated that possibility. But in the last 2 years, and particularly the last 2 weeks, this kind of hillbilly engineering had become routine, which only made the question of what the hell Marcus was up to more compelling. If Slava was being that creative with 2 robots and a sack of zip ties... She finally spotted New Caird on a camera belonging to a bucky that was attached to the stern of the shard, about halfway between its edge and the cavernous maw of the nozzle. The little ship was hanging in space, maybe 100 meters away, white jets erupting from her attitude thrusters every few moments as she tried to keep station behind the slowly rotating shard. Marcus was flying her by hand, and it was some fancy flying indeed. The geometry was difficult to visualize, but Dinah convinced herself that Vyacheslav was walking toward the same general location that New Caird was aimed at. In their own ways, the 2 men were focused on the same part of the shard, one of its outermost corners, where the widest part of the sugarloaf terminated and connected to its base, along a sharp but irregular edge. There, embedded in the ice, was a scrap of structural framework about the size of a car. It served as the anchor for a cluster of small conical rocket nozzles, one of those thruster systems that had proven so miserably underpowered for the current job. Aiming another camera at it, Dinah saw a steady jet of blue-white fire emerging from 2 of the nozzles. They were burning continuously, full blast. They weren't designed to do that. But Ymir's attitude control system had calculated that thrust, and a lot of it needed to be applied in those 2 directions if its programmed objective, getting the ship's nose pointed forward and her nozzle aft, were to be achieved. Dinah got it. Her thinking was confirmed by the chatter she could now hear, in a mix of English, German, and Russian, between Marcus and Vyacheslav. But she could see in her mind's eye what Ymir must look like right now to Marcus, viewing it through the front window of New Caird. A huge, drifting arrowhead of black ice, generally dark, but decorated at the nose and corners by twinkling white lights and streaks of hot gas. The exhaust from the thrusters, running an automatic program controlled from within. Sometimes they flashed on and off. Occasionally, though, when a lot of thrust was called for in one place, they ran for a long time. Those long, steady burns would stand out clearly against the dark of space. Marcus didn't need to calculate Ymir's rotation in his head. He didn't need to know her spin rates about her 3 axes or the torque needed to counteract them. He didn't even need to pull up the user interface on his tablet. All he had to do was fly around the shard and look for places where thrusters were staying on continuously. Those were the ones that were overloaded and underpowered. Those were, therefore, the ones where New Caird's big engine could be used most effectively. But how? Her view of the thruster system was interrupted by a blurry gray form. Vyacheslav moving in front of the camera. He then came back into focus, groping for a carabiner along his waist, and snapping it onto a structural member that protruded from the ice. Dinah could hear him breathing. Bracing himself with his left hand, he reached into the network of struts with his right. After a bit of groping, he seemed to find something, then worked for a minute, his arm reciprocating slightly. The thruster jets faltered and winked out.
"Done,"
Vyacheslav said.
"Apologies. Valve was sticking."
"Get clear, Tovarich,"
Marcus said.
"Getting,"
Slava returned. He unhooked the carabiner and bent away from the framework, trusting himself to the grabs zip-tied to his feet, and began to move away with the painfully slow gait of a man walking in hot caramel.
"Just do it,"
he said, then added a phrase in German that Dinah was pretty sure meant, "If it doesn't work, we're all dead anyway." New-Caird drifted out of frame. Dinah spent a few moments reacquiring her view. The smaller ship was closing on Ymir, headed directly for the thruster system that Slava had just shut down, and coming in on an angle between the two nozzles that had been burning. The logic was clear. The method was insane. New-Caird was going to do the job that the tiny thrusters couldn't. Marcus had to get her big nozzle aimed in about the right direction, namely, about halfway between the two that had been doing all the work. Fine. But he was also going to have to make a mechanical connection between New-Caird and the shard so that the thrust of the big engine could be transmitted into the mass of ice. And it looked like he was going to achieve this by ramming the little ship into the big one. It was a slow ramming, like a tugboat shoving its nose against the side of an oil tanker to nudge it into a berth. But it was ramming nonetheless, not a thing for which spacecraft were generally designed. She relaxed her painfully tight grip on the edge of the table just a bit when, moments before the collision, Marcus fired the retro thrusters, slowing New-Caird at the moment of impact. But still she felt and heard the crunch resounding through the walls of the ice palace. She'd heard it before over the last couple of hours and wondered what it was. Apparently, Marcus had done this several times already. He had aimed for the place where the structural framework emerged from the ice, forming a sort of angle into which New-Caird's nose could trap itself, as long as the thrust stayed on. Right now, that force was being delivered by her aft thrusters. But Dinah, watching Marcus's face through the front window, saw him working at the touch screen that served as New-Caird's control panel and had a pretty good idea of what was coming next. She pulled up the interface for Ymir's attitude control system and saw craziness. Thrusters firing all over the shard, lit up by angry icons warming of too little propellant, not enough time, overheated nozzles. The thing that Marcus had just rammed was flashing red, indicating that it wasn't even connected to the system anymore. Graphs at the bottom of the screen, and a three-dimensional rendering of the shard in space, showed just how far off they were from where they wanted to be. She heard a little symphony of grinding, groaning, and popping, and felt the ship rotating around her. The video feed showing New-Caird was awash in white light as her main propulsion came on full blast. A quick glance at the attitude control plots showed good things happening. "It is good," Shiro said, "but we are going to over-rotate now."
"Not if I got the timing right," Marcus said. "We should rotate through the correct attitude just at the time of the apogee burn. Afterward, yes. We'll over-rotate, but we'll have plenty of time to fix it."
Then his transmission was cut off by an exclamation and a thud. He cursed in German, and then the audio went dead. Dinah looked at the video feed to see New-Caird canted over at the wrong angle. The flame from the engine flickered out. The framework against which New-Caird had been pushing had given way under the thrust of the big engine and crumpled, causing her to slew around. She now lay almost sideways against the ice, the crushed remains of the thruster system sandwiched between her hull and the stern of Ymir. "Some kind of gas escaping?" Jiro observed quietly. Or smoke. He was right. The eye didn't pick it up right away because smoke behaved differently in space than in an atmosphere, under gravity. But something was burning, or at least smoldering, along the side of New Caird's hull, no more than an arm's length from where Marcus sat. Vyacheslav said,
"The hot nozzle of the thruster is melting through the hull."
Marcus came back on the air.
"Jiro and Dinah, you must be ready to fire the main propulsion at apogee."
The word was cut off by a constriction in his throat, and he coughed several times. When he resumed speaking, his voice had a strangled timbre.
"About 2 minutes from now. Focus on that. Initiate the startup procedures. Vyacheslav can help me with this little problem."
He was coughing convulsively.
"Switching off," he said.
Dinah, against orders, made a last glance at the video feed showing the nose of New Caird. Through its front window she could no longer see Marcus. She could see only smoke and the flickering, lambent light of a fire within it. The realization of what was happening struck her like a 2x4 across the forehead. She grabbed the edge of the table and closed her eyes for a few moments, felt them fill with hot water, felt the snot flooding into her nose. "Dinah," Jiro said, "the Augur startup checklist begins now." She opened her eyes and saw glowing blurs where user interface widgets ought to have been.
"If it is to mean anything,"
Jiro said,
"please."
Then he reached up to enclose his headset's little microphone with one hand, muffling the sound, and added,
"He can probably hear us."
She reached out and typed a command.
"Augur 1, she said, "go."
And she slapped the enter key. And so on down the list. It got easier as she went. Jiro did his part of it delicately, quietly, efficiently. And when the nuke came on to full power right on schedule, she made sure to mention it, loudly, in case Marcus could hear them. Only then did she look at the video feed. She was expecting to see Marcus's final resting place, a tomb of acrid smoke. But there was nothing there except a crumpled framework, and Vyacheslav, standing with one hand braced against it, gazing away aft. In the background, a spreading plume of steam the size of Manhattan as Jiro's engine fired.
"Slava?" she said. "Where is—"
"She fell off,"
Vyacheslav answered.
"When the engine came on, and we began to accelerate. New Caird did not come along for the ride."
"Is she—"
"She was entrained in the plume of steam and thrown back. I can hardly even see her now."
"Oh."
"Dinah?"
"Yes, Slava."
"Marcus was already dead."
It would read almost a slapstick comedy if it were not so tragic, the consequences so dire, Julia said. She was mesmerized by a video loop, the final transmission from New Caird before radio contact had been lost. The people hovering around her in the white arclet, as Julia's unofficial base of operations had come to be known, all nodded or made agreeable-sounding murmurs. They were all reading Tav's blog post about the Emir catastrophe, which had been posted only seconds ago. The one exception was Tekla, who had become distracted by a detail.